在邊？好，聽完開估，聽完開估。下個 play 啊！話俾你知，如果你真係估唔到喎，真係可以翻屋企嘅真係。好嘢！打和 ，super！ 好，咁不如由Bohemia Stars隊長 Carrie 對 Jade Jets 隊有啲咩説話想講啊？第一場贏得兩，跟住第二場俾你贏翻，第三場我哋贏！
香港板球女子頂級聯賽 Jade Jets 對 Bohemia Stars 嘅決賽將會喺今個星期日舉行。緊貼住香港球新聞，記得留意住我哋嘅5大 social media 同埋 download 我哋嘅 app 啊！
香港板球女子頂級賽將會喺3月21號喺天光道嘅遊樂場舉行啦。咁打咗2 round 之後呢，係1-1打成平手。咁我哋喺決賽比賽之前呢，不如玩個小遊戲，考驗下佢哋嘅團體合作性啦。我係 Bohemia Stars 嘅 Captain Carrie，
我係 Amanda，
我係 Alice，
我係 Emma。大家好，我係 Jade Jets 隊長 Puto，
我係檸檬，我係 Ashley， 我係 Tammy。咁事不，我哋即刻睇下遊戲玩法啦。好，咁首先由我哋2位隊長去 toss 邊個畫先定畫後啦。咁你揀咩啊？
我哋揀畫後。
OK， 咁我畫先啦。好，咁首先咧由 Bohemia Stars 隊嚟畫先嘅。
得唔得我哋？得，加油喎 ！Emma， 我試下變真，
靠你啦。
OK，
你啊，我好啲啊，
冇問題啦。
OK， 好嚟啊！好，你有10秒嘅畫畫時間。一個圓圈，一個三角，一個直角。
好嚟啊！我擔心啊。
想望啊你。
嗱，都係啦，有嘴有口。
嚇？直接立。喂，咩嚟㗎呢個？
你啊，得唔得？
咩嚟㗎？
好難睇啊！我哋咩㗎？咩事啊？
咗攞住波波你咪收功課咩事？
咩啊？唔係可以唔俾佢睇嘅咩？
可能睇完乜嘢？3、2、1，Carrie 估啦。好
，Emma 收埋。
嗱，佢真係咁樣嘅，
真係咁樣嘅，
佢真係咁樣嘅。
你講個答案嚟聽下啊媽。
但係都唔係呢個方向啊！頭先 Emma 唔係呢個方向俾佢睇。
呢邊90度
係啦，唔係呢邊90度係啦。Emma 打攞遠啲睇，哦，攞遠啲睇。OK， 嗱，我估我知係咩啦。Choose to bowl first.
You'll bowl first. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good game.
Good luck. Terry, can you fill out a note?
Are you familiar with all the rules? You happy with all the rules? You happy with all the power plays? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Drinks after 15.
That's good.
Right. This is a coin. This is tails, and there is heads. Heads and tails. Right. So please call when it's in the air. Right.
Head.
It is heads.
Just checking who's the home team.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Is it home needs to be split and then you have to call?
So wait.
Do you want to do it?
Yeah, like she has to
Yeah,
split.
sure.
and I
If you want to do
call
it, sure. Go for it. You can call.
her. House.
It's heads again.
Yeah. we choose the both first.
You'll bowl first. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good game.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Terry, can you fill out an order?
Okay. Are you familiar with all the rules? You happy with all the rules? You happy with all the power plays? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Drinks after 15.
That's good.
Right. This is a coin. This is tails, and there is heads. Heads and tails. Right. So please call when it's in the air. Right.
Head.
It is heads.
Just checking who's the home team.
Oh yeah, hold on.
Okay.
Is it home needs to be split and then you have to call?
So wait.
Do you want to do it?
Yeah, like she has to
Yeah,
split.
sure.
and I
If you want to
call
do it, sure. Go for it. You can call.
her. House.
It's heads again.
Yeah. we choose the both first.
You'll bowl first. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good game.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Terry, can you fill out an order?
Shouts of wicket coming from the fielders. Once again, it's a 6-3 offside field. Oh, that's in the air and it's taken! Jaswinder Kaur just too aerial that and couldn't keep it down. And it looks like pull toe. Oh my word, pull toe.
She took 5 last match as well, so that's her 6th catch for the competition.
Took 5 in the first game, right?
No, I think it was the second game.
First game.
First game. Oh, sorry.
So pull toe, 5 catches in the first game, takes the first catch today. Skipper leading from the front once again.
And you know who's the second best fielder of the tournament? How many catches have they taken? 2 catches. So there's a very big difference. Pulto with 6 catches being the best fielder of the tournament and the second best at 2 catches. They'll take some catching up to come to the level of Pulto in catching.
Ah, no pun intended there from Yakjan. But yes, Pulto has been leading from the front both in the field and with the bat in that first game. Let's not forget her composed half century.
And this is Ruchida Venkatesh.
And Ruchida Venkatesh walking into bat at number 3. She opened in that first game. And I could be wrong, but I believe she was bowled by Ikra Sahar. Yes, she was. There we go. My memory isn't that bad after all. Ruchita Venkatesh facing up to her first ball. Oh, a little bit of outswing there this time. 2 balls left in the over. We've had a wicket so far. The wicket of Jaswinder Kaur.
Smart field setting there by Pulto. They have a first slip and then a catching short cover. So it's always going to be outswing and the batsmen have to be careful when it's outside their off stump as Ikra runs in again outside the off stump, and this time better. Left the ball alone to go to the keeper. That's the very harmless thing for a batter, to leave the ball alone and see off the new ball.
Talk about the playing 11s again. Mention the playing 11s again.
A false start there. End of the over. We'll do it. Just 1 ball left. Full once again, left alone. A much better start there for Ikra Sahar. So just 1 run and the precious wicket of Jaswinder Kaur in that over. I believe it's 4 for 1 after 2. Yes. So just a quick recap of the playing 11s. We're just going to read it out here. The Bohemia Stars, captained by Carrie Chan, Connie Wong, the vice captain. Alison Sue, we'll see her with the ball later. Amanda Chung playing her first game, fielding right next to us at 3rd man.
She was Bohemia Stars.
I apologize. Oh, big appeal! And it's given! 2 down! The Bohemia Stars. Jasmine Titmus finding her radar. A little bit of movement in. Early wickets once again at the HK Women's Premier League. It remains to be seen who's walking out at number 4. We'll get back to the playing 11s in a little bit. And it's Captain Fantastic herself, Carrie Chan, walking in. She's got one heck of a task on hands. Early wickets yet again. Seems like the early start is paying off for the Jade Jets.
Yeah, good toss to win today. They decided to bowl first even though they had batted first in their previous 2 matches. So the Jade Jets, the side that is bowling right now, they've got 2 wickets and their playing 11 reads Pulto captain, Jas Titmus, who just got the wicket, is the vice captain. wicket-keeper Limon Chung, followed by Kitty Gibbons, Ashley Hung, Betty Chan, Sao Ha Chan, Ikra Sahar, who opened the bowling from the Argyle Road end, right? And Keanu Gill, Mariko Hill, Rida Heather, with Tammy being the 12th woman. And the Bohemia Stars, who are batting right now, the score is 4 runs for the loss of 2 wickets as Carrie Chan takes guard. I read out her team. Carrie Chan captain, Connie Wong vice captain, Alison Siu, Amanda Chung, Dorothy Chan, Emma Lai, Jaswinder Kaur, Maheen Heather, Mariam Bibi, Ruchita Venkatesh and Anam Ahmed, who's playing her first game of this tournament.
Chan just about ready for her first delivery. A 5-4 offside field for her. And that's nudged away. No single on offer. It's a lot harder to set it to Carrie Chan.
Yeah, the right hand left hand combination would certainly be a problem for the bowlers. They'll try to get the wicket of Carrie as soon as possible because she's probably the batter in her side, as well as a left-hander causes extra problems.
Quite an aggressive field as well, just the one fielder outside the circle. That's nudged away. Like we were saying, just the one fielder outside the circle. A third man.
Yeah, Ashley fielding at third man, but as soon as Carrie has walked out, we have seen that this field has spread a bit. The fielders inside the circle are starting from the edge of the 30-yard circle, and you see a lot more breathing space for the batter, as this one's left alone outside off and is called a wide by umpire Ian Thompson.
Very important that these two do rebuild the innings. It'll be interesting to see when Mariam B comes out to bat. In addition to her 5 wickets in the last game, she top scored with 42 not out off just 26 deliveries, outpacing skipper Carrie Chan. It was an unbeaten 72-run partnership in that game to carry the Bohemia Stars over the line. It was shaping up to be quite a tight encounter before those two absolutely just took the game away from the Jade Jets.
Yeah, that's true, as Jasmine comes again to bowl, and this one is guided to the right of the fielder at point to pinch a good single, which also ends the over. At the end of the over, Bohemia Stars are 6 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. We see the players sprinting through to make sure they change quickly when they're changing ends, because the required over rate is quite demanding at 3.86 minutes per over. They need to get almost 15 to 16 overs in for every hour of play. As Ikra Sahar this time coming right up round the wicket because the left-hander Carrie is on strike.
Yeah, that's interesting. Just looking to tuck her up, deprive her of width. Got 5 fielders in the circle on the offside. That's full, too full. A bit of a misfield there from Pulto. Allows Carrie Chan to scamper for a single. Off the mark. So skipper apologies. Carrie Chan's already gotten off the mark.
Ruchi yet to get off the mark.
And Ruchita yet to get off the mark.
Ruchi has back-to-back 50s in club cricket.
And Nitesh informs me that Ruchita's got back-to-back 50s in club cricket.
Emma's got back-to-back. Ruchi's got a couple of them. Something like that. She's got once. Emma's got back-to-back, right?
Apologies, Emma
Emma's got
getting back-to-back 50s. Ruchi,
one.
150.
Some form.
That's left alone. Some good judgment there. It can be tempting to try and feel bad on ball early on in your innings.
But smart cricket from Ruchita over there. Let the ball go to the keeper and watch it off. And let the pitch all the damage to the new ball. Ara runs in again, crosses the umpire. Full delivery, but defended solidly by Ruchita straight to the short cover fielder, Pulto. Who
An interesting field set, Yaksan. What would you call that? It's more like a second slip or a 2.5 slip.
Yeah, probably, because a lot of these batters have a tendency to guide it down to third man to take that single, and that is probably why the wide slip is in play right now. Smart captaincy that.
We've seen quite often throughout this tournament, teams, even if they're allowed 2 fielders outside the circle, just opting for 1 fielder outside the circle. That's left alone. Some tight lines here from Ikra Sahar.
Yeah, as you mentioned, she bowled quite a few wides in the first game, but this game she has come all prepared, and she's prepared to do anything to make her team win by getting a wicket in her first over as she runs in to bowl again. This time a full toss, but not much damage done as the batsmen are more careful because of losing 2 wickets up front, and that is also the end of the over. Unfortunately, not a maiden over because of the single that Carey Chan took initially at the start of the over, but a very good over nonetheless. Ikra Sahar's statistics read 2 overs, 2 runs and a wicket.
Yes, no doubt. But I think it's worth pointing out a couple of full tosses there in that 4th over. The Bohemia Stars unable to capitalize. Feeling a little apprehensive, of course, after losing 2 early wickets. But you've got to put those away. Still early days though. And here's Jasmine Titmus coming over the wicket to Carey Chan. That's guided away. No runs on offer. Ruchita Venkatesh. She came storming down the track. Turned back just in time. And we've got skipper Pulto in the covers. And there she is. Seems like every second or third ball is going to Pulto.
That's the good thing, the captain putting herself in the spotlight, leading from the front, getting the balls, not misfielding them, taking her catches, and that is what motivates the team to do the same. As Jasmine runs in again, crosses the umpire, bowls. Good line this time and at a very good length, which forces Carey to just defend the ball into the offside. She's getting a bit of a shape inside the left-hander, which goes away from the right-hander. But since she is bowling right arm over the wicket to a left-hander, LBW is almost always out of play because most of the balls are pitching outside the leg stump as she comes in to bowl again. This time outside of stump and a bit too wide, and it's called wide by the umpire. So that's one more precious run to the total of Bohemia Stars as they are trying to get into the double figures.
4 wides. 8 runs.
How many runs in wides? 3, 4 runs? 4 runs?
Half.
Much better there from Jasmine Titmus. She was so impressive in that first game, just conceding 6 runs in 6 overs. I believe she took 2 wickets as well. Yep, 2 wickets, and she bowled 3 maidens. Here she comes again. That's been dug out for a quick single. A better throw may have had Ruchita in trouble. Looks like Kinu Gill there with hands on her head. We're seeing a bit of a change in... apologies, not a change in field. Right-handed Ruchita Venkatesh on strike.
We heard a few calls of Faidi when the fielders were going from the offside to the onside, and to our viewers outside Hong Kong, Faidi in Cantonese means to make it quick. And that was the last ball of the over. At the end of the over, Bohemia Stars 9 runs for the loss of 2 wickets.
We still have cloudy and overcast conditions here, but it looks like the sun is trying to sneak out of the clouds. We're keeping our fingers crossed that we don't have any rain interruptions in this game. And it's just brightening up a little bit. Ikra Sahar into her third over. It's been a great start for the Jade Jets. As the name would suggest, Jade Jets are the team wearing jade green, Bohemia Stars. They're the ones in pink. Here comes Ikra around the wicket. Oh, that's full and inside edge. That could have easily gone on to the stumps, but the batters scampered through for a single to find leg. That was a close one, Yakzan.
Yeah, that was a close one. Carey has successfully guided the ball behind the point fielder for taking singles in the past 2 overs, but that was against Jasmine Titmus. But this time, Ikra getting a bit of shape into the right-hander into the left-hander with the angle, which could have caused Carey to lose her wicket. But this time it's good running. Ruchi finally gets off the mark. First run that she scored in the 10 deliveries that she's faced, and that also brings Bohemia Stars into double figures, as they are now 11 runs for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yep, good running and good calling once again from the Bohemia Stars. Oh, play and a miss. Once again, Ikra Sahar. Disciplined lines. That angle can be very tough for the left-hander. You're not quite sure if the ball's going to hold its line or if it's going to straighten and move away from you. So Ikra Sahar beating the outside edge of Carey Chan, catching the inside edge of the Bohemia Stars skipper. But you're not going to get much movement with full tosses like that. A quick single.
Good backing.
Good backing up there. Good backing up there from Katie Gibbons. Left alone once again from Ruchita. It's a good way to judge if a batter is in good form, how they leave the ball. And her judgment outside off stump has been pretty good so far today. I don't believe she's actually played a false shot or a shot in anger yet. Oh, and there we go, the commentator's curse. But in my defense, it looked like she just played inside the line of that.
She judged it and she just left it later.
And that's the end of 6 overs. 12 for 2? Yep, 12 for 2. A reminder that this is a 40 over contest, so each bowler can only bowl a maximum of 8 overs. And smart move continuing with Jasmine Titmus. The obvious move, I'd have to say. Here comes Jasmine. Another full toss that's driven away for just a single. It's been a good performance so far from the Jade Jets, winning the toss, choosing to field first. Just a couple of extras to start off with, and we've seen, I would say, 5 full tosses, 4 or 5 full tosses so far. But under these conditions, it's probably better to err too full than too short. And there we go, right on cue. Another wide delivery. But at the end of the day, you've got the opposition 2 down. You've got to look for that 3rd wicket.
Jasmine Titmus is, by the way, the 2nd highest wicket taker for the Jade Jets. And overall, she was at number 4 at the start of the match, but the wicket that she took earlier of Emma Lai has got her tied for the 3rd place with Ellison, who is in the Bohemia Stars, who we'll see later. As Jasmine runs in again, reaches the crease, bowls outside off stump, and again left alone by Ruchita.
Yakzan, I don't know about you, but I love watching good defensive batting. A solid leave, a block with a high elbow. Here we go, Ruchita Venkatesh. Look at that, leaving that alone. I'm definitely more of a red ball cricket kind of guy. I like to see the bowlers on top. But yes, Ruchita Venkatesh showing good judgment outside that off stump. She's gonna have to score some runs though at some point. Oh no! Just fiddling with that one.
You gotta stop praising her.
One of these days the commentator's curse is gonna get Ruchita Venkatesh. But no, it is a 40 over contest, so she can afford to take her time. Yet another wide there, 2nd wide of the over for Jasmine Titmus.
Do you think a change in the grounds is making it a bit difficult for the bowlers, because they played at HKCC for the first game, right? And now they're playing at Mission Road. So do you think that has an effect?
Well, I mean, if close to half of the opposition's runs are coming in extras, I'm not sure a change of venue is the reason for that. Well, you know, we've said this before and we'll say it again. We've had a severely disrupted cricketing season due to the pandemic in Hong Kong. But we've had close to 3 weeks of club cricket leading up to the tournament. So we obviously do not want to be too critical. At the end of the day, they're still on top. But the extras, coupled with a few full tosses, which they've been fortunate to get away with, it's something they will look to correct. And Ikra Sahar into her 4th over. And there we go, another full toss. Carrie Chan does not miss out. She gets her first boundary.
And
It's through the offside. And it goes past the ropes. It's also the first boundary for the Bohemia Stars. They'll be hoping for a lot more of that. And right on cue, Yakzan, we were just talking about the full tosses. For the first time, the Jade Jets, under perhaps just a little bit of pressure. Here comes Ikra once again. And another full toss. Pull toe in the covers. She looked a little angry, if I might say, there. And just as I say that, she kneels down on the ground and she's laughing. Yes, it's taken close to 8 overs for the first boundary. Carrie Chan, beautiful piece of timing there as well.
But it's good that Ikra is persisting with that line just outside the off stump, the 4th stump line. Her full tosses were also at the same line, and this one, which was at a better length, is also at the same line. You keep the batter playing that cover drive, and then you have one subtle variation in pace or in flight, and that can deceive the batter. And that is what the short cover is in there for. As Ikra runs in for the 4th ball of her over. Better length this time, but this one was more on the stumps than the 4th stump, and well defended by Carrie Chan back to the bowler.
2 balls left.
I was thinking more than pecking at it and holding it.
The sky's just getting a little bit brighter here at Mission Road. We can hear the sound of bird song behind us. A couple of pigeons have joined us as well.
Hope they don't eat our wires. That's the only thing I'm concerned about.
Let's hope the pigeons don't eat our wires. Here's Ikra Sahar, 1 ball left in the 8th over. Right on the money. Defended straight back to the bowler from Carrie Chan.
Score? 19 for 2.
So it's 19 for 2 after 8 overs.
Bowling change.
And our first bowling change of the day, Mariko Hill into the attack. Has to be said at probably the tallest. Yeah, the tallest of all players.
Is Connie Kwong taller?
No, I think
So
Mariko's
taller.
be on a par.
Jasmine's pretty tall as well.
You're probably going to see Mariko Hill hit that hard length.
See if she can keep her direction this match. Last match she was all over the place.
There's Rujita Venkatesh on strike.
Casey, you want to come in? Coming for a shift now.
As Mariko runs in to bowl her first ball, and that is probably the first ball we've seen that is pitched on a short length. A good leave though again by Ruchita. Quite a good length this one, on a good length, just coming in with the angle, but solid defense again from Ruchi, who has been solid in her defense throughout. Mariko warming up, building a bit of more pace than the previous bowlers. And again another short ball just outside of stump. Misses the outside edge. Well kept by the keeper Limon. Lemon. Oh. Wow.
Good to see Mariko's got her line right this match. Last match she was a little bit erratic and did go for quite a few runs. So nice to see her start nice and strong.
This one again just pitching on a length but drifting down the leg side, so an easy single for Ruchi, tucking it into the square leg region which was vacant. this over is also the first non-power play over of the match. So the field can spread out a bit as Mariko runs in to bowl for the first time to Carey. A short ball and pulled confidently by Carey and beats the square leg fielder and gets a boundary. That wasn't an easy ball. It was short, it was going for her head, and it was quick. But great reflexes from Carey, and she's able to pull it behind square for a boundary.
This is the first that we've actually seen the two fielders outside of the circle and just the third one now going back. So we've got a third man, a wide fine leg, and the square leg is now gone back onto the boundary. Chansahar out there. Mariko didn't need those fielders back out there for this ball because that was a nice ball right on the off stump.
Might be another change.
Yeah, looks like another change in bowling here. I think this is Katie Gibbons coming in to bowl from the commentator's end. Katie Gibbons comes in off quite a short run up, but gets a lot of swing in her action. Sometimes catches the batsman unaware because it feels like she's not going to be that quick, and then she just seems to get enough shoulder action through to have a good pace on it.
That's a good quality to have.
Katie actually hasn't done much bowling in these matches earlier. I can't recall which match she did bowl in, but I think it was only a couple of overs and 0 for 8. So not a lot of bowling from Katie in the previous matches. And starts with quite a loose one, a full toss, which is hit away to square by Ruchi for 2 runs.
That'll be a no ball.
No, I don't think it's
No,
called.
and not called a no ball. Umpire at square leg there, Ian Thompson seems to be saying it was on its way down past the midsection there.
It's also important to note that the waist height for the no ball is considered to be where the trousers of the batter start. So it's not actually your waist, it's where your trousers start. So we can see Ruchi has her trousers quite up. That might also be a factor why this wasn't called a no ball.
And she's a batsman that has quite an upright stance as well, so she does actually look a lot taller when she's out there playing. So notice her legs are quite straight when she's facing.
As Katie runs in to bowl to Carey for the first time.
Oh,
A full toss.
And
And has that gone all the way? No, it hasn't. A few
4
bounces outside the rope and it's given 4 by the umpire. But that's a great confidence booster for Carey, getting a couple of boundaries, both the batters getting a boundary each at the start of the over. Pressure on Katie Gibbons to come back.
So it looks like they're going to be putting a little bit of pressure on Carey by bringing the keeper up to the stumps. Just making sure that she's not moving around on the crease too much. Still a little bit full there, and a big dive by Mariko on the boundary line, but still made it past for the 4.
Carey is just shuffling across to the off stump to make sure that all of her pulls and sweeps go to the square leg region instead of the mid wicket region, because mid wicket has protection on the boundary but square leg is inside the circle, and she backs herself to beat the fielder who is at the 30-yard circle to make sure she gets a boundary whenever she goes in that region.
1 or 2 overs.
2 boundaries, right?
3-1, 4
3 tosses.
We were just talking at the start of the over that Katie bowled 3 overs, none for 8 in the game that she bowled, but this over has already gone for 11, and with the addition of this wide, that's 12. Some positive batting there by Carey, putting the bowler under pressure, releasing some of the pressure that had been created by the Jade Jets with the new ball as Katie comes in again. This time she manages to pitch the ball, not a full toss, and Carey equally respects it by just dabbing it into the offside, but since it was in the gap, the batters go through for a single.
And that one seems to have just tricked Ruchi a little bit there with the bounce. Wraps her on the pads, a shout, but I don't think anybody was really that convinced on that ball.
Did anybody take a look at the pitch?
No.
Honestly, I have no idea how to analyze pitches.
But it looks green.
It's green, but yeah. So when I walked past, I thought it was green, but I didn't look at it any closer than that.
Sometimes just because the wicket's green doesn't mean it's going to bounce.
No, but it skids through more because the ball sticks lesser because of the
Less
bounce.
friction.
Okay, so captain and vice captain here having a discussion about field placements. Looks like they're keeping the square leg out on the boundary, and the fine leg is really not that fine. It's more of a, actually just moving even further around. So I was going to say 45 degrees, but it's probably more like a 50 degrees
It's a
now.
long leg and big
Yeah,
square leg,
it is, right? It's
The Carey Chan specialty.
thinking that Carey's really looking to pull and hook that, and so let's protect the boundary over that side. But other than that, it's quite a offside field, so quite an interesting plan there.
Let me know if and when you want to take a break. I'm ready to jump in now. After the over if you want.
Oh, and that was that shorter ball that Carey was looking for. Just got it on the edge there, so a single down to that deep leg position.
That was perfectly placed, the fielder. It went straight to that fielder. They were moving her squarer and squarer, and that was where the ball went. So good awareness by these players. All these players know each other so well. They know their strengths and weaknesses, so they can set a field to that. As Mariko runs in to bowl the third ball, short and wide, outside off stump, beats the outside edge. She doesn't look happy. She really wanted that wicket, but that's what's cricket. Not all the things go your way.
Richie can connect with that glide down to third man. There's 4 runs there because. Oh, there she is. Bit wide third man though.
Yeah.
At Mariko's pace, it could still reach her.
Yeah. Edge would be
I would like to see that line and pitched up a little bit more. That's pitched up a bit too far, but fantastic fielding there by Pulto in the cover. I think Mariko's worked a lot on her line over the last few weeks. Just need to work out what is the right length against each of these players out there.
Ruchi there looking to just guide it through the slip region. The boundary is not very long over here, so if she manages to get a decent amount of bat on it, it might even beat the fielder at third man and race away to 4. Would we call third man a third woman when commentating for women's cricket?
Yeah, good question that. I think actually a lot of folks do defer just to call it third man, batsman. You know, it's easier than the batswoman. So I've never actually heard of it being called third woman. So I think we could stick with the third man for today.
Third person.
Yeah. Yes, if we start saying third person, I might feel like I'm talking about myself, you know, in the third person a little bit, right? So.
Betty.
Oh, so change in bowling here. Betty Chan coming in. So Betty.
I believe she took 4 wickets in that first game,
Yeah,
if I'm not
4 wickets
mistaken.
4 for 16 in the first game, and then just 1 in the second game. Yes.
It'll be interesting to see what field they set. 3 fielders outside the circle in the last over to Betty Chan. Apologies for Carrie Chan.
Square either side.
Yeah, just a square. Yeah.
So we've got 2 sweepers on the leg side and 1 on the off side.
No, just 1 on the leg side, I think.
Yeah, 1
Yeah,
each.
just 1.
No slip in place. Good flight there from Betty.
Yes.
Good start there, just tucked away for a single. Ruchita Venkatesh still looking for her first boundary. She's definitely been the quieter of the 2 partners. These 2 batters working well in tandem. Carrie Chan, a bit of a circumspect start. Ikra Sahar finding her inside edge, beating her outside edge, before Carrie Chan took full advantage of a few full tosses. A big appeal, and that's been given. Ruchita Venkatesh, we've spoken about how she's been so good outside that off stump. Just having a bit of a fiddle with that one holding its line. So 3 wickets down now for the Bohemia Stars. It remains to be seen who walks out at number 5.
Connie.
It's Connie Wong. So it's 39 for 3 now with that wicket. We're in the 12th over. Betty Chan amongst the wickets yet again.
39 for 3.
Some words of advice there from Ruchita. Unable to carry on her form from club cricket, where she scored a half-century quite recently. It's nice to see a couple of spectators in the ground as well. We have around a dozen people in.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see when we actually see Marianne Bibby come in. As you mentioned earlier, the last match she did make her 42 not out and really carried the Bohemia Stars through to the victory. We'll see whether she'll be able to do the same today, given that she's just come out of quarantine after doing a home visit back to Pakistan. So 3 weeks of quarantine here in Hong Kong. and she came out at midnight last night in preparation for this match today. So straight out of the 3 weeks of quarantine and into match. So I'm looking forward to seeing when Miriam comes on and see how she goes after that.
Well, I'm sure she's glad to finally be outdoors.
Yes.
Maybe that's the only reason she's playing today. No, but that's a crazy amount of dedication. I don't think I could come out of 3 weeks of quarantine.
Yeah, so I think when the coronavirus hit for our fourth wave back in November, a few of the girls did actually say that they would go home for their home visits, go and visit the family in Pakistan, and some of them have come back, Miriam being one. Obviously Shanzine missing at the moment, she's actually still in quarantine, so not quite got the timing to be able to come back for this match. So it's a great opportunity for them to go back, see their families, but it is a huge commitment to have that 3 weeks in quarantine.
Absolutely. Just another way that the COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted cricketing activities in Hong Kong. Like a lot of other countries, of course. Betty Chan just slowing that one up, just dragging it back. It's been a great start from Betty Chan, on the money as usual. Connie Wong still searching for her first run. That's punched off the back foot, straight to pull toe in action once again in the cover regions. And it remains 39 for 3 after 12. I'm one of your commentators for the day, Jay Dansinghani. If you like what you've heard so far, you can follow me on Twitter at JCricketDude, and make sure to hit that subscribe button, smash that bell icon, and press that like button on Facebook. Follow us all across social media, including Twitter at Cricket
in the development area, so with the junior cricket, but also with the high performance. So the women who are out here at the moment, obviously in the high performance area, and all up for potential inclusion in the Hong Kong women's team. I happen to play as well. I would say I don't play at this standard anymore after quite a few years of playing. My main focus now is to really look at the Division 2 and ensure that we've recently split the local competition into two divisions, Division 1 and Division 2. And my main aim there is really to make sure that the women coming through Division 2 are actually learning the rules of cricket, not the rules, but the things that you should be doing on the ground when you're playing. So, they often say that there's a lot of politeness in the game of cricket, and we want to make sure that we're actually getting that across as we're playing the game as well. So, quite enjoying the Division 2 this year. We only have one player from Division 2 in this Premier League group, and that is Jennifer Alumbo, who plays with the SEC Divas. They're currently on top of the ladder in that division, and she is 12th man today, so 12th man for the Bohemia Stars.
Connie Wong just unable to get that away, unable to pierce the offside field once again. And Tracy, why don't you tell us a little bit more about the SSC Divas? That's quite a story, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So the SCC Divas is a group of women who are Filipino background. They're here in Hong Kong as foreign domestic helpers. Their day job is that. Few of them decided to actually, they were playing softball, and they decided to make the move across to cricket a few years ago, and now the Divas have got 35 players on their list, all of which are foreign domestic helpers, and they come together on their Sundays, their only day that they get off, and they come together on a Sunday to train and to play games of cricket, and to be around their friends and enjoy their time whilst playing cricket. So lovely group of women there, and it's great to see that the Filipino folks actually enjoying the game of cricket. So a number of those women also are now involved in the Filipino national team, which is great. They flew back there pre-COVID for a match, so really good to see that we're actually building all different types of backgrounds into cricket here in Hong Kong.
That's just tucked off the hip by Carrie Chan. Yeah, Tracy, that's one of the things that really attracts me, not just to associate cricket, but women's associate cricket. Just the dedication. Their only day off on a Sunday, they're putting themselves through the hard yards, they're playing the game they love. And we spoke about this earlier as well, with players coming straight out of quarantine, including Mariam Bibi coming straight out of quarantine, and she's here today. And that's one thing I'm not saying that full member cricketers don't train hard, but at the end of the day, this is a secondary profession or an amateur pursuit for a lot of these athletes. And to see that level of dedication on your day off, on your holiday, it's one of the many inspiring things about associate cricket and women's associate cricket.
Yeah, you will see out there today that there's women from 4 different clubs within Hong Kong, and yet there's such a friendship and a close relationship with that group, because of the fact that they do actually enjoy being able to spend some time with people. So this is their friendship, their extended family. I think cricket gives people an opportunity to get out of their homes. We all live in very small apartments here in Hong Kong. So to be able to come out and be playing on a lovely ground like this, it really is an incentive. And a lot of the women really enjoy spending time with friends, from all different nationalities, all different languages, and they all just come together to enjoy the game of cricket, which is just fantastic to see.
Absolutely, and that's one of the things I really like about the SSC Divas as well. Cricket should be a sport that is accessible to all. It should be an inclusive, a gender inclusive, and a racially diverse and ethnically diverse sport. And that's something we do get to see, especially with women's cricket in Hong Kong. That's a short ball yet again from Mariko Hill.
Might get Connie off the mark, I think.
Yep.
And I believe, yes, that is Connie Wong's first run. We had 2 consecutive maidens just recently. Was it 3 consecutive? Yeah, 2 consecutive maidens. So that run rate just dipping below 3 runs and over. It's 43 for 3. We should have a drinks break coming up soon in the next 10 minutes or so. And it has to be said, this early passage of play, the Jade Jets clearly on top. If you're just joining us now, the Jade Jets won the toss and decided to field first. Couple of early wickets. This here is Betty Chan. Like we were saying, a couple of early wickets before a small partnership between Ruchita Venkatesh and Carrie Chan, before Ruchita nicked through to Lemon behind the stumps. Betty Chan on target in her first over. She's kept things tight once again. And now we have Connie Wong and Captain Fantastic Carrie Chan herself at the crease looking to rebuild the innings. A reminder that today's fixture is a 40 over a side fixture. And that's just tossed outside the off stump. A generous amount of flight from Betty. And we've got a change in commentary. Yakzan, what do you make of the last half an hour of play?
Smart cricket by the Jets. It was getting away a bit with the partnership between Carey and Ruchi, but after the wicket of Ruchi, they have made sure that they got the run rate under check again, as Betty Chan comes in to bowl the next ball. Defended straight to Pulto by Connie.
Tossed up yet again. And the batters scamper through for a single. So it's been a circumspect start for Connie Wong. Once again, a large responsibility rests on the shoulders of Carrie Chan as she surveys the field. It's a 6-3 offside field. Mariko Hill just dropping back to the edge of the circle.
5-4. One left side.
Apologies, a 5-4 offside field.
I think Pulto's moving. They're really trying to get this right. There's just one ball left in the over. They really want to get this field right.
Just one delivery left in the 16th over, but they still want to get the field right.
I think they've identified the strength of Carey. She is good in front of square on the offside, so she wanted the sweeper on the offside boundary to be in front of square.
And that's taken! The big wicket of Carrie Chan, and don't the Jade Jets know it?
Who caught it?
They're leaping up in the air.
Who caught it?
Ashley.
Betty Chan once again with a generous amount of flight, tempting Carrie Chan into that false shot. Carrie trying to go over the top, only managing to sky it up to Ashley Hung. Playing her first game, I believe? Yeah, playing her first game. So that's a massive wicket.
She drinks now.
27.
It looks like we might be taking a drinks break. It's 44 for 4 after 16.
Should be, but like
Drinks breaks after 75 minutes, right?
should be at the hour, right?
According to the playing conditions.
10 minutes?
Yeah.
Ah, then we got 15 minutes to go.
Or maybe that's from the 35 over.
Should be the same for both. So should we continue with it?
Is that Mariam?
I believe so, yeah.
And Mariam Baby straight out of quarantine and in at number 6. A lot of work to do.
A counter-attacking punch would really help the cause of the Bohemia Stars to get them to a respectable total after losing their captain so early in the piece. He
Absolutely.
scored 27 runs, I believe, out of the 44 that the Stars have gotten until now.
We saw something similar in that first game. I believe 26 off 19 in that first game for Carrie Chan.
And Keanu Gill coming into bowl.
Keanu Gill, a change of bowling. Keanu Gill coming in for her first over.
Becky Chan, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 runs, 2 wickets.
Betty Chan, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 runs and 2 wickets. This is game 3 of the Women's Premier League. Just a quick recap. The tournament has taken 5 or 6 months to play because of COVID-19 related disruptions. Here comes Keanu Gill. In that first game, Pull Toe, the Jade Jets skipper, leading from the front with a half century and 5 catches in the second innings. The Jade Jets with a comfortable victory in that first game before the Bohemia Stars bounced back with 2 strong all-round performances from Carrie Chan and Mariam Bibi, who has to depart.
Good catch, Mariko.
A good catch there in the covers from Mariko Hill. That's the second time we've seen a ball lofted straight to that fielder in the covers. Mariam Bibi not happy with herself. In her defense, she did strike it well, but unable to find that elevation. And the Bohemia Stars have now lost half their side for just 44. Mariam Bibi, she is not happy. A slow and reluctant walk back to the dugout. She runs her fingers through her hair. She is not happy. What do you make of that shot, Yaksan? It's a tough one, because she has to play her natural game. It's an approach that worked in game 2. And with just a little bit of elevation, she would have had her first boundary.
It doesn't help that she found the tallest fielder on the park.
And coming in is Amanda Chung.
The next batter is Amanda Chung, also playing her first game of the tournament. And a big responsibility now on the shoulders of Kwong, being the vice captain. She needs to stay out there. She needs to make sure that the Bohemia Stars play out as many overs in this first innings as possible. Keanu Gill, on the other hand, got a wicket apiece in both the first 2 games. The first game she was 1 for 28, I believe, and the second game is 1 for 14. And this game she has taken a wicket already.
And she is currently leading the wicket taking for the league. So for the regular league, T20 league.
Division 1.
Division 1, she's taken 11.
And she's also the leading wicket taker for the Division 1 of the Women's League at 11 wickets. So she is a very handy bowler and she is a wicket taking bowler. So she'll be looking to run through the rest of the batting very quickly as she comes in to bowl. Pulled into the leg side for a single by Amanda, who gets off the mark of the first ball that she faces.
It's worth mentioning Keanu Gill rebuilt the Jade Jets innings in that first game. She top scored with 47. 59 run partnership for the 5th wicket between her and Jasmine Titmus. The Jade Jets, they'll be looking to keep the squeeze on. A reminder that the Bohemia Stars were bowled out for 90 in that first game. Watchfully played by Connie Wong.
If I'm not wrong, that 90 game did not feature Connie Wong.
She missed the first
I
one.
think she only played one.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Connie Wong did miss that first game. I have to say, some of us have really good memories, given that this tournament has taken 5 to 6 months to finally reach its conclusion. A little bit of movement in from Keanu Gill. And that's the end of the over. It's 45 for 5. The Bohemia Stars in big trouble.
Yeah, a lot rests on how Connie Wong approaches the rest of the innings. We've got 23 overs left.
That is correct.
Last 23 overs, half the side already back in the hut. And the Jets are showing no signs of slowing down. They're coming for them. They want wickets.
And it doesn't help that the Bohemia Stars have lost both Mariam Bibi and skipper Carrie Chan. I for one was really looking forward to watching Mariam Bibi perhaps get a bit of a hit today. Mariam Bibi just unable to find that elevation in that last over. Unable to get it over Mariko Hill.
Catching has been good today.
And that's right, Nitesh. The catching has been really good today, and the ground fielding as well. Skipper Pulto leading from the front yet again.
All-rounders who don't get to bowl in cricket, like they bowl for their other clubs.
Amanda.
But she bowls for a club.
It's a 5-4 offside field for Amanda Chung.
Oh,
And that's put away through the leg side. Amanda Chung with her first boundary. The score moves on to 49 for 5. One delivery left in this, the 18th over.
Do you think we'll see a debutant starring today? Amanda in her first game today. Do you think we'll see a debutant bailing her side out of a critical situation?
Well, the Bohemia Stars will certainly hope that is the case, because they're going to need a lot more runs excuse me, to make this a competitive game. That's flighted from Betty Chan. Amanda just a little unsure about whether to get forward or to get back. And that's the end of the over. So 5 runs off it, including that boundary from Amanda. It's 49 for 5.
can I manage this for a second? I want to try to manage this for a second. I want to get
So Connie Wong looking for her first boundary. Here comes Keanu Gill. And that's tucked away. Batsmen should be able to cross through for 2. And yes, they do get back. Little bit of hesitation, but that is the 50 up for the Bohemia Stars. Tracy Walker, the only one applauding that. Certainly a tense dugout for the Stars. Watchfully played once again from Connie. 40 over fixture. And as they often say, it's a cardinal sin not to bat out your full quota of overs. Keanu Gill, she's been accurate today. Oh my word. The commentator's curse yet again. Lesson learned, I should never praise any player. I think the worst example of the commentator's curse was me talking up Mariam Bibi for close to 20 to 30 minutes before she chipped one to Mariko Hill in the covers. Tracy, just tell us a little bit about how Keanu Gill has been performing in First Division club cricket of late.
Yeah, so Keanu has, as we said earlier, is leading the wicket taking at the moment, and has actually been very economical with her runs as well. So, whilst we just saw 2 wides in a row there, that's an unusual thing for this season from Keanu. She's become probably the main strike bowler for Kowloon Cricket Club. And a big swing and a miss there by Connie. So I think she's really focused on her line and length this season and seems to be working for her in relation to taking those wickets. So let's see whether she can get a couple more today. Throughout that regular season, she has taken the 11 wickets for, I think it's about 80 runs. So quite good economy there from her. 11 wickets with 79 runs, and her best being 3 for 6. So some excellent statistics there for the current year. Again, with a bit of a broken season. We did play about 4 to 5 matches before November, then had a break from middle of November through until 3 weeks ago. Some teams have been able to get 2 matches in, some teams only 1 match in since we started up again at the end of February, and then there's 2 to 3 matches to go before the end of the season, and then we'll have a finals playoff to see who ends up topping the table.
Well, I have to say, Keanu Gill is quite a useful third change bowler in that case. We were just trying to see if we have another change of bowling. No, we don't. It's Betty Chan to continue.
4 overs, 1 bowling, 6 runs.
What's the score?
52 for 5. 19.
There's 2 wides in that one. Or did you not give one?
There were 2
Yeah, so I make it 56.
Oh yeah, dude, there was another wide.
So Betty Chan bowling again. I think this might be her 5th over.
That is correct. She's just conceded the 6 runs and taken 2 wickets as well. Flatter this time. Amanda trying to swing that away through the leg side. Looked like she just took her eyes off the ball there. Quite lucky that that one didn't take the inside edge or go on to hit the stumps. A lot more watchful this time. Amanda did get a boundary away a few overs ago. The only boundary off Betty Chan so far. Oh, she's tried to swing that away again. And Connie Wong just coming down for a brief chat.
See the experience there in Connie speaking with the younger Amanda and just saying, take a breath, relax, play each ball. Much better there by Amanda.
And we saw a small change in field as well. Pull toe coming into, I would say, a bit of a short cover. And the fielder on the leg side has been pushed back. No run off that ball. And it's 53 for 5 at the halfway point.
Looks like we're taking drinks.
Yep. And we will be right back. We're going to take a drinks break. If you're just joining us, a reminder that the Jade Jets won the toss and chose to field first in Game 3 of the Women's Premier League. Series is square at 1-1. 2 early wickets for the Jade Jets before the Bohemia Stars started to rebuild. A partnership between Ruchita Venkatesh and skipper Carrie Chan. But they've lost 3 quick wickets since then. And it has to be said, the Jade Jets with a massive early advantage.
Score those Nitesh.
53 for 5.
It's record the whole game and that it's been used and analyse that analytical pattern and then it uploads to a website where the girls know
Where the girls come in and then go on and see every ball they've faced. And then you can see where the ball position.
Everything about the ball.
Since we're in a drinks break, we can quickly go over the performances so far. Quick look at the batting card shows that the Stars currently 53 for 5 with another 15 overs to play. Carrie Chan has top scored 27 off 39 balls with 4 boundaries. She's the only one to have crossed double digits so far. Amanda Chung and Ruchita Venkatesh each with 5 runs as well. Amanda the only other batter to hit a boundary so far this innings. The Jade Jets bowling has been largely excellent. Jasmine Titmus and Ikra Saha started with the new ball, gave away 19 runs between them for 2 early wickets. Mariko Hell bowled 4 overs with a maiden, giving away 9 runs overall. Katie Gibbons got 1 over, got hit for a few boundaries by Carrie Chan and was promptly taken out of the attack. Betty Chan and Keanu Gill have been bowling up till the drinks break now. Keanu's been economical as well, along with the wicket of the dangerous Mariam Bibi, while Betty Chan has continued to be excellent. 2 maidens and 2 wickets, given away 6 runs overall. Very accurate spin bowling has been very hard to score off. Only one real partnership of note in this inning so far, 35 of 55 balls between Ruchita and Carrie. A couple other starts, but no other partnership has again gotten to double digits as of yet. The umpires are now back in position, the batters are back in position, so second innings should be resuming in a moment. Second half of the first innings rather.
So I can pick up on line and length as well, so I can say, look, So we got.
So how do we play against the short
Yeah,
ball?
yeah, and also we get a beehive, so we can like, so like the girls were saying, we were talking about the fact that we don't target stumps.
Yeah.
So the girls were like, yeah, we do. And you're like, yeah, there's a beehive. 65% of their balls don't hit stumps. So yeah, it just takes one form of dismissal from the whole way you can play. And it's got things like watch predictors and it's got player impact. So it actually, based on our score, it can tell you the batter is actually you can get 20 runs. But if you take 60 balls to get it, it will say, well, actually you're impacting the game.
Lunch break, I'll play some other videos.
So it gives player impacts and everything like that. So
Welcome back after the drinks break. Keanu Gill continuing from the softball end, bowling to Connie Chan, and on target as soon as play resumes after the drinks break, but guided down to fine leg off the pad by Connie Chan for a single. Connie Wong for a single. Amanda, who has played rather safely while trying to hit a few blows off the spinner. She's played very safely against Keanu, who is a medium pacer. This time she wraps her on the pads, but no damage done because right arm over the wicket LBW is almost every time out of play because the ball pitches outside leg. No appeal from the players as well because they know it. As Keanu runs in for the third ball of her over. A well flighted full delivery, but equally well defended by Amanda. Fourth ball of the over coming up. The bowler passes the umpire, bowls a slower one, looked like a variation, and went from under the bat of Amanda, just missing the off stump. As the bowler runs in yet again, and this time the batter tries to guide it down to third man. No fielder on the third man boundary, just a short third man in place, so that's a good option for getting a few runs if you can get it to either side of the fielder inside the 30-yard circle, but unsuccessful as it goes straight to the keeper as the bowler runs in for the last ball of the over. Full delivery, and she's bowled her behind her legs. Amanda shuffled across because she wanted to make some room and play it onto the leg side. She thought it would be a wide, but she got bowled behind her legs. So the resistance of Amanda, the debutant Amanda, comes to an end as she gets out for 5 runs of the 18 deliveries that she faced. And Keanu Gill gets yet another wicket, as she has been doing in the Women's League Division 1. Alison Sue, who is more known for her bowling than her batting, is walking out into the middle to join Connie Wong. So the Bohemia Stars are 6 down for 54. If they can get past 100, they would be very happy, and they can probably give themselves a chance that if they start well with the ball, they can make a match out of it.
Betty gonna bowl out? Should, right?
Yeah.
Should bowl Betty out. She's bowling well. One's up 3 overs left. 4 more wickets to get.
Yeah, Betty Chan, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 6 runs and 2 wickets to her name until now. With 4 more Bohemia Stars wickets left, I think the captain would be happy to bowl out Betty Chan and try to get as many wickets as possible. Kwong on the other hand, very staunch, facing 28 balls for her 4 runs, making sure that she stays out there and protects one end as at least. As Betty comes in, crosses the umpire, reaches the crease, bowls a flighted delivery. Connie tries to hit it over the mid-on fielder. That doesn't middle it as well as she would have liked, but manages to place it to the right of the fielder at mid-on, and the batters go through for a single. Ellison getting ready to face the first ball of her innings. Middle stump guard, I believe. Leg stump guard.
The umpire, they're going to farm, but the third umpire is trying to get in.
Betty comes in to Ellison. Short delivery outside of stump, left alone by Ellison. Betty is very good in her flight variations, I've noticed. She doesn't spin the ball a lot, but she's very good in her pace and flight variations as she comes in for the third ball of the over. This time a bit fuller and defended by Ellison.
Yeah, so Betty's a very experienced player, so has been in the national team for a number of years now. Plays with Hong Kong Cricket Club. Unfortunately is not able to play as many matches as she would like due to the fact that she has work generally on the weekends, and she's able to get out of that today for this match. But she's the type of player that when she gets the opportunity to play, she plays at her best every time. You're right, she gets a lot of good variation in flight, and she's quite difficult to pick that flight as well. So the batsmen really need to focus on the way she's moving her arm through the air to see whether there's action. Oh, and there's a run out there, so fantastic fielding. Keanu Gill into Lemon, and seems like the dive from Ellison was just not quite enough to be able to get her over the line.
Yeah, that's the last thing the Stars wanted at this stage, a run out. Bit of a miscommunication, and that means that the Stars lose their 7th wicket and are now 56 for the loss of 7 wickets.
And this is Dorothea Chan coming in.
What do you think Connie is telling her partner right now in the middle?
So if I was in this situation at the moment, I think I'd be saying we've still got 18, 19 overs of playtime. So really let's knuckle down. Let's try to protect our wicket at all costs. We can push the singles around. Let's not go for any silly shots. Let's be clear with our communication out there and try to build a strong partnership, and still be here in another 10 overs. So I think this pair really does need to ensure that they're here for that amount of time, with just Maheen and in the sheds waiting to come out. So
we're talking about Betty Chan's bowling for Hong Kong. Do you know what her T20I bowling average is?
Oh, I don't know that.
Take a guess.
Well, the fact that you're looking at me with a big smile on your face, I'm assuming that is very low.
I'm going to go with 5.
Bowling average of 5. Raksan, what do you think her T20I average is?
5.
11?
I'm going to go in the middle. I'll go 8.
It is, in fact, 8.30.
8.30, there you go.
20 wickets in 15 games, economy of 3.39. So
Fantastic bowling at an international level. Yeah, she's that type of player that every time she bowls, she's extremely tight on runs, and as we saw in the first game or the second game, I can't recall, them kind of merging together. She got 4 wickets there, and really just put the batting team under so much stress. So she's definitely an asset to have on your team. And actually the only spinner we've seen so far today, and probably the only spinner we will see for the Jade Jets. Chansahar is the only other one that may spin, but I did see her having a conversation with Pulto earlier and shaking her head a little bit, so not sure whether we'll see her out there with the ball today.
I think Pulto right now seems very keen to persist with these two bowlers because they're bowling well in the partnership. And Connie, now we saw her on the first ball trying to farm the strike. She refused a single, and this time she has a go at the ball but goes straight to the fielder. So I think Connie here trying to face as many balls as possible and get as many runs if the ball is in her zone. As Keanu Gill runs in for the third ball of the over, a fuller ball compared to the previous one and respected by Connie, just dabbed into the leg side. No opportunity to get a single there because the fielder was quickly on it. And Keanu once again runs in, crosses the umpire, bowls a flighted slower delivery driven into the offside, but a good cover of fielders in the offside inside the 30-yard circle. So again, no run. It's been 4 balls in this over, and now I believe Connie really needs to look for a single and make sure that she is on strike when the next over starts, as Keanu runs in for the 5th ball. And this time Connie successfully places it in between the square leg and the fine leg fielders, which were both inside the 30-yard circle, and the batsmen go through for a single. So last ball of the over, can Keanu get a wicket off the last ball? Dorothea Chan, she has faced just 1 ball until now and is yet to get off the mark as she takes her guard and gets ready to face this ball. Keanu runs in, crosses the umpire, bowls a flighted slow delivery which is defended not as solidly, but it does the job for Dorothy. And that's the end of the over. Bohemia Stars 57 for the loss of 7 wickets.
Everything's gone to plan for the Jade Jets.
Yeah, Jade Jets couldn't have expected anything better. They would, if you asked Pulto at the time of the toss, would you take 50 for 7? She would have gladly accepted that, and now they're trying to wrap up the innings as soon as they can. We see the fielders running around to take their positions quickly as Betty Chan gets ready to bowl the 7th over of her quota. Mind you, this is a 40 over game, so the previous 2 games were 35 overs, each bowler allowed maximum 7 overs, but today each bowler is allowed a maximum of 8 overs, and this ball was on a very good length and well managed in the end by Connie. Made sure she blocked it on the ground and not in the air. Betty to Connie once again, crosses the umpire, bowls a well flighted delivery but a full delivery, and this time Connie hits it in the air, but it has been dropped on the extra cover position. To be fair to the fielder, it wasn't the most easiest of catches. But in the end, the batsmen go through for 2 runs. As Betty once again bowls to Connie, this time pulled back the length a bit and very well placed here by Connie. She gets it into the gap between the mid-wicket and the mid-on fielders, but excellent fielding by the mid-on fielder Katie, I believe. She sprinted to the boundary and made sure she stopped it just inside the boundary rope, but the batsmen go through for 2 runs. And now Polto, realizing the intent of Connie to go after the spinner, she has asked Katie to stay at long on. So the mid-on moves to long on as Betty once again comes in to bowl to Connie, and this time she just dabs it into the offside. Smart cricket there by Connie. We have had 4 runs in this over until now, 2 doubles.
No, single double.
And the 5th ball of the over, once again Connie successfully gets a single. So once again Dorothy is only exposed for the last ball of the over. She just needs to stay there, save her wicket, keep the last ball of the over out, as Betty once again, 1 ball before the over, tries to get her field right, brings the long on fielder back into the circle. We saw her get her field right for the last ball of the over and get the wicket of Carey Chan. So Betty runs in for the last ball of the over, outside off stump, everything missed. The batsman missed it, the keeper missed it, but no damage done, as it's a dot ball and Dorothy is still not out, and Connie would be happy with that result. So Keanu Gill has been replaced by Mariko Hill. A tactical move, considering that Mariko is probably the fastest among all the bowlers of the Jade Jets, and if you're going to get only 1 ball at Dorothy in an over, you gotta make your quickest bowler to hit the stumps, target the stumps and try to get the wicket, because that is the ball that has the highest probability of getting the wicket when you're bowling it into the stumps.
And let's not discount the possibility of a double bluff. Soften her up with a couple of short deliveries and fire one in full and quick. Here's Mariko Hill. Look at her charge in. And that's cut away from Connie, and she should come back for 2. She does. A chance at the non-striker's end, perhaps. A bit of a miscommunication there between the 2 fielders. Perhaps they could have relayed a throw in. Connie Wong just surveying the leg side field. Just 3 wickets left in the tank for the Bohemia Stars. Score moves on to 64. At the very least, the Bohemia Stars will want 3 figures to defend. That's just pushed away. Is it just me, Yaksan, or is Mariko Hill charging in a little quicker?
Yeah, I think she is just starting her second spell, so she has had a bit of a breather. We've had a drinks break in between, and there's only 3 wickets left, so she doesn't need to save herself for the death over. So I think she's giving her 100% right now as she attempts a yorker, but well dug out by Connie, who digs it straight to Polto, who, as we have seen in the tournament, is a very safe fielder, and she fields it and returns the ball back to Mariko, who's going back to her run-up.
It's a 5-4 offside field. Mid-on in the circle, long off on the ropes. Polto in action once again in the cover region. She's led from the front in the field. Her ground fielding has been near perfect. She's taken a catch as well.
So one thing that probably the camera is not covering right now, the third man fielder at the start of the over started from the boundary rope, and now it's 75% of the ground. So they're probably trying to prevent the single, but Connie still eventually gets a single again on the 5th ball of the over. That's the 3rd consecutive over that she's done it, and safeguarding Dorothy on the other end.
It has to be said, a circumspect start from Connie Wong. She's watched wickets fall around her, but it looks like she's just about getting into her stride now. Last ball of the over. Oh, it's a short delivery, and that's going to come down towards us. A fortuitous boundary, but a boundary nonetheless. The Bohemia Stars will take that.
Do you think that was a statement from Dorothy that you don't need to safeguard me, I can handle myself with the bat as well?
I'm not sure, Yaksan. That did not look entirely intentional to me.
We have the replay coming up. Let the viewers decide if that was intentional. Looked intentional to me.
Nitesh Himlani says that was intentional, and yes, on second thought, looking at that replay, perhaps it was. Score? 69?
69 for 7.
So score moving on to 69 for 7. 3. So for the last 10 to 15 overs, we've seen that run rate just dipping below 3 runs and over. Perhaps the run rate not a big issue at this point in time. It's more a question of whether or not the Bohemia Stars can bat out the full 40 overs and get a solid score on the board. Yaksan, what do you think is a defendable total?
I believe anything in the 3 figures can make it. They can make a match out of it because they have a very good bowling side as well. Ellison is very good with the new ball. You have Carey Chan who can bowl very well, left arm spin. So anything in the 3 figures should be a good total.
Absolutely, it's just the psychological difference that getting to three figures gives you. And let's not forget, this is the deciding encounter in a 3-match series. The pressure of runs on the board, the pressure of chasing a target in a do-or-die game, that's something we have to take into account.
And that too for the first time in the tournament. The previous 2 games, the Jets batted first, so they haven't chased yet in this series. So this will be the first time that the Jets will be batting second. So that is also something new, and if they can manage to get a few wickets up front, like get Poltos out early, they might even be in for a contest.
Very good single there.
You can just feel a bit of a change in energy right now. The Bohemia Stars dugout a little more vocal than they've been throughout the morning so far. Just a bit of a partnership building up here. Every run is going to be so important.
So what do you make of this tactic? Betty for the first time coming right arm round the wicket to the right-handed batsman.
And she's unable to quite find her radar with that change of line.
I think that was very close. It could have hit the stump on another day. It was very close to the leg stump.
That might be true, but anything down the leg side these days tends to be called for a wide. Oh, that one just going on with the arm. Betty Chan. You can never count her out of the contest. She's been one of the bowlers of the tournament so far. Connie Wong on strike. Just attempting that big shot. Connie Wong knows that she is the senior partner, former skipper of the HK team, of course.
Last ball of Betty's spell. This is Betty's last over, and it's her last ball. What do you think she would be doing?
I think she's going to toss it up once again. She proves me wrong, a little flatter, nudged into the offside for a single, and yet again, Connie Wong stealing the strike.
And it's 73 for 7 at the end of 26 overs. Betty has bowled out. She's completed her quota of 8 overs, 2 made in 17 runs and 2 wickets, which makes up for an average of 8.5 per wicket. So Nitesh, would you say that she has not done as well as her international level today?
Low party for today.
Perhaps Betty Chan will be disappointed with that. Ugh, a bowling average of 8.5, well below her high standards.
This partnership is the second highest of the innings so far.
How much is the partnership?
17 of 25 balls.
So the partnership now 17 of 25 balls. It's Connie Wong on strike once again. Mariko Hill. Connie Wong with a lot of time. Mariko Hill just trying to bend her back, dig that in, unable to get that much bounce and lift. It also helps that Connie Kwong is one of the 2 tallest players on show today. Probably just a little bit shorter than Mariko Hill. Pull toe in the covers once again. An absolute live wire in the field, the Jade Jets skipper.
And we've just seen during the balls, Pulto signal to Ikra Seher, who opened the bowling with the new ball to warm up. So we might be seeing a bowling change right now because Betty has bowled out. So someone needs to come in from her end as Mariko comes in to bowl. A shorter delivery this time. Connie tries to cut it but doesn't middle it as well as she would have liked, but the batsman still pinch a single.
And a valuable single as well. We're getting closer and closer to that magical score of 100. Let's make things interesting, folks. Whether you're listening on YouTube or on Facebook, just comment below on what you think the Bohemia Stars will be able to muster in this first innings. Here comes Mariko Hill once again. Oh, just a bit of a misfield, a tough bounce there for Betty Chan.
It was smart field setting by the Jade Jets. They got after that boundary in the previous overs last ball. They got a gully fielder in and a third man on the boundary. So they wanted Dorothy to play the same shot again. They had a person catching for it, and in case she plays it well, they had protection on the boundary for it as well, which gave confidence to Mariko to bowl it on that line, on that length once again, as she runs in to bowl the 5th ball of her over to Connie. Full toss.
Full toss.
But as we've seen since the morning, the first doesn't get nilized yet again, and it's a dot ball. So last ball of the over. Will Connie be able to retain the strike once again? Her single options are mainly on the leg side with a very open field, and behind square on the offside looks like a good option as Mariko comes in on a good length. And that was smart bowling by Mariko, bowling to her field, bowling where her fielders are there to protect the single. And for the first time in the last 5 overs have we seen that Connie Kwong would not be facing the first ball of the over.
Yeah, good call, Yaksan. And that's big. That's potentially big for the Jade Jets.
Who's on strike?
So Dorothea might have 6 potential Ikra Sahar deliveries to contend with. Just a very, very faint drizzle here at Mission Road. Bit of a breeze blowing past us as well. It's just getting a little bit chilly. So it's a good time to come on to bowl for Ikra Sahar. She's found a generous amount of movement throughout the tournament, including today. Here she is. And that's left alone. That's smart from Dorothea. Bohemia Stars with a lot of time yet to play out, a lot of deliveries to play out. They're gonna want to bat out their full 40 overs. At this point, even a maiden over is not exactly a disaster for them. Oh, that's a full delivery. Just a little bit straighter, and could have been curtains for Dorothea. Hands on heads. Seeing a bit of a change in field. And yes, Jasmine Titmus just moving into that second slip position, or a whitish first slip.
The third man goes back.
And third man just dropping back as well. So an extra fielder on the offside. Ikra Sahar. Oh, just flirting with that one. Perhaps just trying to nudge it away for a single. Get Connie Kwong back on strike. I feel like at this point for Dorothea, the smart thing to do may just be to play out a maiden.
Yeah, that's true.
Could be a wider. No ball.
And a no ball called.
Free hit for Connie.
And here we go. It's going to be a free hit for Connie Wong. No free hit?
Signaling.
Yes, the signal from the umpire, free hit. And as the batsmen have changed strike, Pulto is allowed to change the field.
Oh, they ran a single?
Yeah.
The batsman crossing over, and Katie Gibbons is dropping back to long on. We still have a slip in place. Pressure on Ikra Sahar. And, unfortunately, Connie unable to take advantage of that. Bit of a run-out chance as well. It looked to me as if the batter was already back in her crease. It's a good thing Dorothea didn't overcommit. A reminder that the only way to get out, from a free hit is run out. So Ikra Sahar just getting away with that one. And getting away with this one too. A half volley.
You can get out of
Connie Wong just easing that into the covers. It's a packed cover region.
Last ball of the over. Will she be able to take a single?
That is correct. Last ball of the over. And yes, she farms the strike once again. The Bohemia Stars, they know how important that is. The dugout. And that's the end of the over.
78 for 7.
78 for 7, so that score just ticking along. Getting closer and closer to that 100 run mark. And to all our viewers out there, what do you think the Bohemia Stars will score in this first innings? Let's make it interesting. I, for one, I feel like they're going to get up to 110. What do you think, Yaksan?
It all depends on the wickets. If they can keep these 3 wickets in hand until the last 4 or 5 overs, I think they can even go to 120.
And a change of bowling. Jasmine Titmus coming back into the attack. Thank you for being so diplomatic, Yakzan. I was looking for a number. Here's Jasmine Titmus. Another single there.
I think that boundary by Dorothy in the third man region of Merico Hill has really gained the trust of Connie, because now she is not afraid to get the single early on in the over. And that's good, because you avoid playing a lot of dot balls, and when there's a single on offer you take it, so that doesn't really put you in your shackles. Keeps the scoreboard ticking, keeps the pressure on the fielding side as well. As Jasmine attempts a yorker, but I think the impact was outside off over there, because the batter successfully managed to get her foot outside the line.
It's not given a leg by either.
Oh, it's not given a leg by, so it might have been an inside edge.
It certainly looked that way to me, Akzan. Just a slight inside edge. And I think this is a good bowling change as well. You're going to see Jasmine Titmus bowl a fuller length. And I think that's going to trouble Dorothea a little more. And there we go, right on cue, a fuller length, but that one way too full. And that's easily put away by Connie Wong. So the score now moving on to 84. This partnership continues to grow. What's the partnership now?
Do the math. 28.
28 run partnership now. Connie Wong just surveying that leg side field once more. Looking towards the offside. Watchfully played. It can be tempting after a boundary to attempt another one, but Connie Wong, she knows the importance of her staying out in the middle. And perhaps now the Bohemia Stars just starting to dream of a total close to that 120-130 range. Good delivery there. Good comeback from Jasmine Titmus. Seemed like a bit of an inside edge once again, perhaps. Pulto just coming down to have a word with Jasmine. That's Fuller. Pulto in action once again. Good backing up there. And that's the end of the over. It remains 84 for 7. After 28.
After 29. It's a power play now, right?
Have you taken a power play? Have you signaled?
They can take it any time. They have to take it. They have to take it before 32, right?
Rules there, yeah.
Before 32. It's the batting power play.
Have you signaled it?
It's enforced.
So it was,
Did they say 84? Yeah, I'm alright.
yeah, so it was single,
Yeah.
single, four,
Yeah,
dot,
yeah.
dot, dot.
Yeah, yes.
Ikra Saher into her 7th. 6th over. So watchfully played, a quick single, a chance! Would have been close with a direct hit. Perhaps Ikra Sahar would have been better served to take that behind the stumps. Just a bit of a delay catching the ball and trying to relay that onto the wickets. The batters just having a mid-pitch conference. We've actually seen some really good running between the wickets and really good calling so far today. This perhaps the only real... Was there a run out? Apologies, there was one run out earlier.
Oh, that hit the helmet then.
Yeah, almost.
Almost hit the helmet.
That one just almost hitting the helmet. It would have been 5 extra runs, 5 penalty runs for the fielding side. Here comes Saher once again. That's eased into the offside. A gentle square drive there from Kwong. Enough for the batsman to cross through for yet another single. So the Bohemia Stars just keeping the scoreboard ticking. Getting approximately 3 to 4 runs off every over on average of late.
Yeah, the partnership has now reached 30 runs. As Ikra comes into Dorothy. Dorothy getting confidence very high right now because she is now comfortable to try to place the balls which are outside the off stump in the point and third man region. Earlier in her innings she was leaving them alone. 2 balls yet to come in this over. Ikra runs in once again, crosses the umpire, bowls a flatter delivery, full delivery, again some miscommunication. Will we see a run up? No.
Some screams of terror there from the Bohemia Stars dugout, followed by a sigh of relief, a collective sigh of relief. The Jade Jets with smiles on their faces. They're a team in high spirits, and why wouldn't they be? They've got the opposition on the ropes. And once again, that breeze just blowing from left to right. And that's the end of yet another over.
It's at 86 for 7.
It's 86 for 7 now. We've got 10 overs left. At one point it looked like the Bohemia Stars were in grave danger of not batting out their full 40 overs. That remains a threat. They're certainly better positioned than they were half an hour ago. If you're just joining us, a quick recap. The Jade Jets, they won the toss and decided to field first. 2 early wickets followed by a nice partnership between Carrie Chan and Ruchita Venkatesh, as that one is eased through the offside. A chance for 2, and yes, Dorothea at the non-striker's end does cross through for the second run. And with that, the score moves on to 88. like we were saying, 2 early wickets followed by a promising partnership between skipper Carey Chan and Ruchita Venkatesh before 5 quick wickets for the Bohemia Stars. A bit of partnership building up once again. Partnership now crossing 30.
Extra fielder on the offside after Connie successfully placed it in between the point and cover region on the previous delivery.
And it's interesting that there's no slip in place for Connie Wong either.
So once again, Connie drives it into the offside, but because of the extra fielder, there's protection there and no run on offer. Interestingly, the Jets have 2 mid-offs in place. The one at the boundary is a rather straighter mid-off fielder, while Pulto fielding inside the circle is a little wide mid-off, but she's in the circle for the single. So they think Connie is dangerous down the ground, so they've got extra protection over there. And realizing that, Connie tries to guide it behind square, but once again straight to the point fielder.
It looked like Connie was in 2 minds there actually, whether to get back or to get forward. Just kind of throwing her hands at that. So Jasmine Titmus bowling a good length there. That in-between length, you're not quite sure, should I go forward, should I stay back? Here she is again. Oh, beautiful from Jasmine Titmus. Connie Wong has been yorked. It's 8 wickets down now for the Bohemia Stars with 88 runs on the board. The massive wicket of Connie Wong. How much? How much did we score? 26. 26 useful runs there. But a massive wicket. So Dorothea at the non-striker's end. A lot of responsibility will rest on her shoulders. 9 overs remaining for the Bohemia Stars to bat out. That score of around 120, 130. It's looking a little improbable at this stage. But without a doubt, they will be targeting that 100, that magical, that mythical 3-figure 100 run mark.
Can we just confirm this is Annam that's come out?
We're going to get confirmation on who the new batter is. We suspect it's Anum Ahmed. We will confirm that in a little bit. And yes, it is Anum Ahmed. So Anum Ahmed playing her first game of the tournament. So she's a right arm bowler, and as you can see, she bats right-handed too. Bit of a tough spot to walk into. Jasmine Titmus, like we pointed out, bowling that fuller length. I'd have to say a strong contender for delivery of the day.
For sure, for sure. There were a couple of good balls earlier as well from her when she was bowling with the new ball, but she was denied the wickets because the ball just was doing a bit too much. But this time she got Connie Wong. And again, 2 and 2 for Jasmine Titmus. 2 Yorkers, 2 wickets, both hitting the off stump. 1 wicket to go for the Bohemia Stars, and Anam Ahmed gets out on the first delivery that she faces in the first match that she is playing. Last wicket for the Bohemia Stars, and Jasmine Titmus is on a hat-trick. Will she be going for another Yorker, Jay?
I would definitely go for another Yorker if I was Jasmine Titmus. That beautiful sound of ball crashing into stumps. 2 Yorkers, 2 wickets in 2 balls. And interestingly, just before that second wicket, we saw Mariko Hill warming up. And it seems like it's a simple philosophy. When in doubt, throw the ball to Mariko Hill. But if Jasmine Titmus gets another wicket to complete her hat-trick, Mariko Hill, she won't have an opportunity to come in for her 3rd spell. Dominance so far from the Jade Jets. 88 for 9. And that's right, Tracy, a good call. They don't have a slip in. Oh, that might... Is that going to change? No, that doesn't change.
Hat-trick ball last minute.
And here we go, the hat-trick ball, Jasmine Titmus. Are we going to see another Yorker? No, we're not. Surely she had to go for another Yorker.
I'm sure the body will let you.
I think he's just about out of tickets.
In any case, it's 88 for 9.
At the end of 31 overs.
9 overs left after this one. There we go, Mariko Hill warming up yet again, but it looks like for now Ikra Saher will continue. So Dorothea now the senior partner at the crease. What is
Maheen.
she on right now? Dorothea?
8 of 15.
Dorothea 8 of 15. Her only boundary, quite a nice one, coming down to third man off Mariko Hill, just riding the bounce there. And we've got a slip in place. Oh, just looking for that room, throwing her hands at it.
Yeah, she's just trying to clear her front leg so that she has more pivot to swing her arms and get it over the fielders. Just to tell you, it's also the last over of the batting power play, so after that fielders can spread out as Ikra runs in for the second ball. A fuller delivery, edged, but great fielding in slips by Katie, and she denies the single to the batters. Dorothy is still on strike. They say batting is about partnerships, but bowling is also about partnerships, right? Jasmine Titmus and Ikra Saher have 4 wickets in between them this match. They both opened the bowling together, and now in the power play as well, they've been bowling in a good partnership.
Yes, absolutely. There was a chance that the batting power play would get away from the Jade Jets. Connie Wong looked in really good form. A circumspect start, but she really started to put an accelerator. But just as it looked like she was getting into her groove, just as it looked that the Bohemia Stars would inch closer to that 120-130 total, she was bowled by a brilliant Yorker from Jasmine Titmus. A play and a miss. Ikra Saher, she knows how close that was. Maheen Hyder, number 11 batter. 2 delivery left happily.
Her sister was on the other team.
Oh, it's an appeal, but Ikra Saher, she knows there's a little bit of an inside edge on that, so aborted the appeal.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Batters are both captains of the club team, Division 1.
Yeah.
Maheen, captain
Yes.
of KCC, and
Yes.
Dorothy, captain of
Dorothy,
CCC Kwong.
CCC.
So plenty of leadership experience between these two. We need to put together a partnership.
That's watchfully played. Enthusiastic round of applause from Bohemia Stars dugout.
8 more to go. We got a batter.
That's correct, Nitesh. 8 overs. So, Dorothea, she will be round as well.
Get there.
So Maheen Heather, who just walked out to bat at number 11, her sister is playing the opposite team. So sisters opposite team competing against each other, probably having some banter on the field as well as Jasmine runs in once again, trying Yorker but doing just a bit too much, going down the leg side, and it's wide.
Oh, well played.
Well played from Dorothea. That's running down to the boundary. The outfield just slowing that up a little bit, but not before the batters scamper through for a crucial 2 runs. The Bohemia Stars clapping and cheering every run.
90.
Score now moving on to 90. We're 10 runs away from that magical total of 100. It has to be said, even if they do get up to 100, it's gonna be a below par total, but it gives them something to bowl at. A full delivery once again from Jasmine Titmus. One perhaps lighting down the leg. But yes, despite the fact that a score range of 100 will be below par, A reminder that the Jade Jets are chasing. Scoreboard pressure is a real thing. It gets to everyone.
Do you
And
think
with
there are 90s for team as well? We see batsmen get in the 90s quite a few times, but now team in the
Well, with the way things had nervous 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, it's just been a tough for the Bohemia Stars. Another full delivery. Dorothea just managing to dig that out. Jasmine Titmus, she knows. Just a little bit more movement into the right-hander. Dorothea would have been in massive trouble. Here comes Jasmine Titmus once again. And that's pitched up. So 7 overs left after this one. We've said it before and we'll say it again. It's a cardinal sin to not bat out your full 40 overs. The Bohemia Stars bowled out in the first game for 9. And that's through the covers. A quick single. Cheers and applause once again from the Bohemia Stars. And Dorothea will farm the strike for the next over. She's on 11?
third batter to be double figures.
So Dorothea, unbeaten 12, just the third batter to get into double figures for the Bohemia Stars. And that really tells the story of how they've struggled. Carrie Chan and Connie Wong, the other two batters to get into double figures. The wicket of Carrie Chan in particular, I feel like I'm stating the obvious, but yes, the wicket of Carrie Chan in particular was massive. Betty Chan just flighting that one up, getting a little bit of turn.
Last ball of the over, they took a lot of time staying in the field to get her out.
That's right, Nitesh. Nitesh Hemlani rightfully points out. They took a lot of time to set the field. It was the last ball of the over as well. Bringing an extra fielder into the circle. They tagged Carrie Chan into that big lofted shot, but she only managed to sky it up to backward point. In any case, here's Ikra. Another full delivery. Last over for Ikra? Ikra Sahar into her last over. She has 5 deliveries left to take that all-important 10th hit. Dorothea, senior partner, strike. It's a little shorter. Able to get any timing on that. Pulled out. She's been in the thick of it throughout these first 33 overs. 34?
30 is the 34th.
Into the 34th over here at Mission Road. I call it a misfield, but that won't cost the Jade Jets.
Could have been a run-out chance had that not been misfielded, because the batter had the non-strikers and a single, but Dorothea sent her back. As Ikra runs in for the 4th ball of her last over, crosses the umpire pole, straight ball, targeting the stumps, driven into the covers, and the batsman pinch a quick single.
Yet again, we have Dorothea farming the strike. She'll be on strike for the 45th over. Apologies. Still 2 deliveries left, in fact, in this over. So as long as Maheen Heather can play out these last 2 deliveries, Dorothea will be on strike in the next over. Oh, that's a good shovel. Behind square on the leg side. Looks like, oh no, it's just going to slow up there. And the batters are actually coming back to 3. And it looks like there may have been a chance for a 4th run. But that's interesting, Yaksan. The batters choosing to cross over for 3. Just 1 delivery left now. Dorothea on strike. She'll be looking for a single so she can farm the strike for the next over.
Yeah, I think it was a good call going for the 3. They applied the pressure on the fielder. It's okay, Dorothy might not have the strike if she can't get a single, but still, you need to get all the runs that you can, because these bowlers are coming for your wicket.
Oh no.
And that was nearly a return catch for Ikra Sahar. It's 94 for 9 now. Apologies, 97 for 9. Chansaha into the attack now.
First over. Yep, for today.
So Chan Saha with her first over. Interesting change, actually. How many overs does Mariko have?
She's got 2.
Jasmine has one.
So Jasmine Titmus still has an over in the bank. Mariko Hill with 2. Yet Chan Saha coming into the attack.
Probably trying to change it up a bit because they were very comfortable defending the straighter balls of the fast bowlers because it's not swinging anymore. The ball is 30 overs old. So the batters were quite comfortable defending or putting the bat to the straighter ball. So put a bit of a variety in, the ball might turn a bit and that might trouble the batsman now.
And that's swept away for a single. A very useful single.
And Dorothy is back on strike again. The first ball not as good. It was a loosener, pitched very far short on the wicket, but it didn't bounce as much as well. It was on its way down again to bounce a second time when the batter swept it.
Here comes Saha. That's a little too straight and it's called wide by the umpire.
99.
99 for 9.
That was a good call, Yakzan, just a moment ago. We have an older ball and a reminder that we only use one ball for each innings. So a ball that's 30 overs old, and there we go, 100 up for the Bohemia Stars. They're going to get back for 2. So the score now moving on to 101. And with scoreboard pressure, we do have a game here at the Mission, at Mission Road. Dorothea with that 2. Dorothea now looking good. And it has to be said, as the ball gets older, it looks like it's a lot easier for the batters. So perhaps this is a lesson that the Jade Jets can take in to the second innings. As long as you get through that first 20 over, things will get a lot easier. So if I was the Jade Jets... Oh... No chance for a single there. Just a bit of a top edge into the leg side. No fielder in the vicinity, so no harm, no foul. But like I was saying, you don't want to be losing more than 2 or 3 wickets in those first 20 overs. Run rate isn't really a big issue when you're chasing a target such as this. And once again, good stuff from Dorothea, finding that gap. Just a single to deep mid-wicket. 1 ball. 2 balls left in the over. Maheen Haider on strike. Maheen Haider, of course, part of the famous Haider cricketing family. Oh, that's a full toss! Seen quite a few full tosses today. The majority of them have not been put away. It's actually surprisingly hard to put away a low full toss.
I think Katie Gibbons was a bit unlucky that she was bowling full tosses to Carey, who was the most likely among all batters to put them away.
To be fair, you too full to Carey Chan, she's likely to put you away. You too short, and she's likely to tuck you away off her hips. Never easy bowling to Carey Chan. And Keen Will coming back to the attack. She's the top wicket taker in Division 1 of club cricket. She's taken 11 wickets so far this season. We've seen Mariko Hill stretching and warming up for a good 25 minutes. She's probably just trying to keep fit, trying to keep warm.
Or probably get this by the captain that I also have 2 over.
That's true, Aksan. Perhaps a passive-aggressive way to get back to the bowling crease. She's still got 2 wickets in the bank. Here's Keanu Gill. So Keanu Gill, she doesn't quite have the same pace as Mariko Hill or even Jasmine Titmus. And especially with this old ball, it's going to be hard to really get a good amount of carry through to keeper Lemon.
Standing quite a bit closer.
Oh, it looks... Yep, that's the end of the innings beats the inside edge of Dorothea. So the Bohemia Stars unable to bat out their full 40 overs once and
102.
they're all out for 102. Dorothea with stubborn resistance at the end. So the target for the Jade Jets will be a measurable 103. It has to be said, a disappointing all-round performance with the bat for the Jade Jets. Apologies for the Bohemia Stars. We'll have the scoreboard up for you in a minute.
I think the Jets just got key. They got the wicket right at the correct time. 12:05 was the scheduled time to end the innings, and there are just 5 minutes left, and they had 6 more overs left to bowl. 5 more overs in fact.
That's correct. We had an average mandate over around 15.86 overs per hour. And like Yakin said, they finished the innings just in time. I think Lani is going to run you through the scorecard.
Thank you. So, batting scorecard on your screen right now. Bohemia Stars sent in to bat first have been bowled out for 102. 27 Kerry Chan and 26 Kwong Wong top scores. Dorothea Chan last batter dismissed, contributing with 16 as well. The bowling stats for the wide are mostly excellent. Judgment is very good with a new ball, got MLI out at BW, and then came back with the old ball to take 2 wickets in 2 deliveries. Kwong Wong was looking dangerous, looking set, looking to try and carry the team forward to a big score. And then Anam Ahmed on WPL debut, 7 overs, 3 for 22, good stuff from Jasmine Titmus. Ikra Sahar very tight throughout both her spells, not as many wides as we've seen in the past, and also got the wicket of Jaswinder Kaur early on. Namaiga Hill only bowled the 6 overs, economical as well. Gady Gibbons just the 1 over, was at the receiving end of Kerry Chan's blade. There was also Betty Chan bowling 8 overs for 2 maidens and 2 wickets, 17 runs. She bowled excellently, probably better than her figure suggests, if that's possible. And Keenu Gill with 3 wickets as well. She came back towards the end to clean up Dorothea Chan. Also picked up Amanda Chung and the wicket of Mariam Bibi for a second ball duck. Now the partnerships of note in this inning: 35 between Ruchita Venkatesh and Kerry Chan, and 32 between Connie Wong and Dorothea Chan. There's also 14 down there between Dorothea Chan and Maheen Heather, the 2 captains in club cricket Div 1, showing their responsibility there to take the Bohemia Stars past 100. We will now go into a lunch break for about 30 minutes or so. We will come back live once the break is over, so stay tuned.
Who's the home team?
Oh yeah, who's the home?
Okay.
Is the home needs to be split and then you have to call?
So wait. Do you want to do it?
Yeah, like she has to split.
Sure. If you want to do it, sure. Go for it. You can call.
House.
Zaid's again.
Yeah. we choose to bowl first.
You'll bowl first. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good game.
Good luck. Thank you.
Terry, can you fill out a note?
Well, I think we're coming into this final game. It's obviously very tightly balanced at 1 game all. It's really exciting finish, I think, for it, and it's really worked out really well. The first game won by the Jets, the second one by the Bohemia Stars, and that. So it's really finely balanced. I think the Jets they got into the game really well early on in that first game, and they really had their plans sorted out. I think the Stars were a little bit caught on the back foot, but when they got into the second game, I think the Stars had kind of got into the tournament, got into the idea of the tournament a lot better, and they had their plans and they were a bit more on their game and everything like that. In terms of individuals, looking at that, obviously Porto scored runs in the skipper for the Jets. She scored runs in the first game, and she's always a dangerous player. She's experienced and she scored runs wherever she gets on the pitch. She's consistent and that way through. I think obviously as well for the Jets, you've got experienced players who obviously not in the national side now, but been in the national side in the past, like Keenu Gill, and that they'll always provide runs. And you've got some people coming down the order, and that Katie Gibbons got a cameo in that first game and things like that. So I think there's lots of players there in the Jets that can do damage with the bat. And I think across the board with the ball, I think all the bowlers in those teams are capable of doing something. There's no real standout people and everything like that. I mean, strike bowler, you'd have somebody like Mariko Hill for the Jets, but I think they're all good bowlers there. It's a quite balanced squad. If you look at the Stars and everything like that, again, Carrie Chan, Marianne Bibby, who's obviously got quite an interesting element to her third game. She's going to come out of quarantine after a trip into Pakistan, so that's literally 24 hours before. The Stars are also lacking a couple of players, so we've had to bring one other player back into the squad, which is Anam Ahmed. She's coming, and that to replace two players who are currently either stuck in isolation or they're still overseas because of the pandemic effect. I think it's going to be a great game. It's going to be a great game. I think both teams have got their plans now sorted. They understand the tournament and that. So it's just going to be about who performs on the day, I really think, and that with both bat and ball. And that. So yeah. And don't forget to watch on YouTube and Facebook to see the game live on the 21st. I think we're coming into this final game. It's obviously very tightly balanced at one game all. It's really exciting finish, I think, for it, and it's really worked out really well. The first game won by the Jets, the second one by the Bohemia Stars, and that. So it's really finely balanced. I think the Jets they got into the game really well early on in that first game, and they really had their plans sorted out. I think the Stars were a little bit caught on the back foot, but when they got into the second game, I think the Stars had kind of got into the tournament, got into the idea of the tournament a lot better, and they had their plans and they were a bit more on their game and everything like that. In terms of individuals, looking at that, obviously Porto scored runs in the skipper for the Jets. She scored runs in the first game, and she's always a dangerous player. She's experienced and she scored runs wherever she gets on the pitch. She's consistent and that way through. I think obviously as well for the Jets, you've got experienced players who obviously not in the national side now, but been in the national side in the past, like Keanu Gill, and that they'll always provide runs. And you've got some people coming down the order, and that Katie Gibbons got a cameo in that first game and things like that. So I think there's lots of players there in the Jets that can do damage with the bat, and I think across the board with the ball, I think all the bowlers in those teams are capable of doing something. There's no real standout people and everything like that. I mean, strike bowler, you'd have somebody like Mariko Hill for the Jets, but I think they're all good bowlers there. It's a quite balanced squad. If you look at the Stars and everything like that, again, Carrie Chan, Marianne Bibby, who's obviously got quite an interesting element to her third game. She's going to come out of quarantine after a trip into Pakistan, so that's literally 24 hours before. The Stars are also lacking a couple of players, so we've had to bring one other player back into the squad, which is Anam Ahmed. She's coming, and that to replace two players who are currently either stuck in isolation or they're still overseas because of the pandemic effect. I think it's going to be a great game. It's going to be a great game. I think both teams have got their plans now sorted. They understand the tournament and that. So it's just going to be about who performs on the day, I really think, and that with both bat and ball. And that. So yeah. And don't forget to watch on YouTube and Facebook to see the game live on the 21st. I think we're coming into this final game. It's obviously very tightly balanced at one game all. It's really exciting finish, I think, for it, and it's really worked out really well. The first game won by the Jets, the second one by the Bohemia Stars, and that. So it's really finely balanced. I think the Jets they got into the game really well early on in that first game, and they really had their plans sorted out. I think the Stars were a little bit caught on the back foot, but when they got into the second game, I think the Stars had kind of got into the tournament, got into the idea of the tournament a lot better, and they had their plans and they were a bit more on their game and everything like that. In terms of individuals, looking at that, obviously Porto scored runs in the the skipper for the Jets. She scored runs in the first game, and she's always a dangerous player. She's experienced, and she scored runs wherever she gets on the pitch. She's consistent and that way through. I think obviously as well for the Jets, you've got experienced players who obviously not in the national side now, but been in the national side in the past, like Keanu Gill, and that they'll always provide runs. And you've got some people coming down the order, and that Katie Gibbons got a cameo in that first game and things like that. So I think there's lots of players there in the Jets that can do damage with the bat, and I think across the ball with the ball, I think all the bowlers in those teams are capable of doing something. There's no real standout people and everything like that. I mean, strike bowler, you'd have somebody like Mariko Hill for the Jets, but I think they're all good bowlers there. It's a quite balanced squad. If you look at the Stars and everything like that, again, Carrie Chan, Marianne Bibby, who's obviously got quite an interesting element to her third game, because she's going to come out of quarantine after a trip into Pakistan, so that's literally 24 hours before. The Stars are also lacking a couple of players, so we've had to bring one other player back into the squad. She's Anam Ahmed, she's coming, and that to replace two players who are currently either stuck in isolation or they're still overseas because of the pandemic effect. I think it's going to be a great game. It's going to be a great game. I think both teams got their plans now sorted. They understand the tournament and that. So it's just going to be about who performs on the day, I really think, and that with both bat and ball. And that. So yeah. And don't forget to watch on YouTube and Facebook to see the game live on the 21st. I think we're coming into this final game. It's obviously very tightly balanced at one game all. It's really exciting finish, I think, for it, and it's really worked out really well. The first game won by the Jets, the second one by the Bohemia Stars, and that. So it's really finely balanced. I think the Jets they got into the game really well early on in that first game, and they really had their plans sorted out. I think the Stars were a little bit caught on the back foot, but when they got into the second game, I think the Stars had kind of got into the tournament, got into the idea of the tournament a lot better, and they had their plans and they were a bit more on their game and everything like that. In terms of individuals, looking at that, obviously Porto scored runs in the skipper for the Jets. She scored runs in the first game, and she's always a dangerous player. She's experienced, and she scored runs wherever she gets on the pitch. She's consistent and that way through. I think obviously as well for the Jets, you've got experienced players who obviously not in the national side now, but been in the national side in the past, like Keanu Gill, and that they'll always provide runs. And you've got some people coming down the order, and that Katie Gibbons got a cameo in that first game and things like that. So I think there's lots of players there in the Jets that can do damage with the bat, and I think across the ball with the ball, I think all the bowlers in those teams are capable of doing something. There's no real standout people and everything like that. I mean, strike bowler, you'd have somebody like Mariko Hill for the Jets, but I think they're all good bowlers there. It's a quite balanced squad. If you look at the Stars and everything like that, again, Carrie Chan, Marianne Bibby, who's obviously got quite an interesting element to her third game, because she's going to come out of quarantine after a trip into Pakistan, so that's literally 24 hours before. The Stars are also lacking a couple of players, so we've had to bring one other player back into the squad. She's Anam Ahmed, she's coming, and that to replace two players who are currently either stuck in isolation or they're still overseas because of the pandemic effect. I think it's going to be a great game. It's going to be a great game. I think both teams got their plans now sorted. They understand the tournament and that. So it's just going to be about who performs on the day, I really think, and that with both bat and ball. And that. So yeah. And don't forget to watch on YouTube and Facebook to see the game live on the 21st. I think we're coming into this final game. It's obviously very tightly balanced at one game.
Yo，香港板球 球女子頂級聯賽將會喺3月21號喺天光道嘅遊樂場舉行啦。咁打咗2 round 之後呢，佢哋係1-1打成平手嘅。咁我哋喺決賽比賽之前呢，玩個小遊戲，考驗下佢哋嘅團體合作性啦。
我係 Bohemia Stars 嘅 Captain Carrie，
我係 Amanda，
我係 Alison，
我係 Emma。
大家好，我係 Jade Jets 隊長鋪通，我係檸檬，我係 Ashley， 我係 Tammy。
咁事不宜遲，我哋即刻睇下遊戲玩法啦。好，咁首先由我哋2位隊長去 toss 邊個畫先定畫後啦。咁你揀咩啊？
我哋揀畫後。
OK， 咁我畫先啦。好，咁首先咧由Bohemia Stars 隊嚟畫先嘅。
得唔得我哋？得。加油喎！我試下邊靠你啦。OK。你啊，我好啲啊。
冇問題啦。
OK，好嚟啊。
好，你有10秒嘅畫畫時間。
一個圓圈，一個三角，一個直角。
我好靚啊！我擔心啊。
想望啊你。嗱，都係啦，有嘴有口。嚇？甚至立。咩嚟㗎呢個？
你啊，得唔得？好難睇啊！我哋
時間有啲奇，喂，成咗攞住波波，收過俾你。咩係咪可以睇嘅咩？我睇佢咁靚。Very good 咯。
但係真係咁樣嘅，真係咁樣嘅。
你攞個答案嚟睇啱啱。大高。睇。OK，我估知啦。3、2、1，
新版啊！
你咪可以講下。
我見到嘅，你見到同埋知啦，都係照住嘅。
好，咁頭先Bohemia Stars隊就估唔中啦，我哋而家睇下Jade Jets隊估唔估得中先。
哇！我知仲未俾呢個。
都得。
我估唔到啊！真係開發嘅真係。你呢個太容易啦。哇！呢個呢個頭盔嚟嘅，跟住嗰個係兩隻。
但其實咧，有冇諗過唔係咁樣睇？
我覺得呢個係咁樣睇嘅喎。係啦。
歐標㗎，歐沙標。
諗多次。好講。
中文定英文咧？其實有冇諗過中文嚟嘅？歐沙標就2個。
3、2、1，最後答案。歐沙標。好，聽完開估。
下個 play 啊！話俾你知，如果你真係估唔到喎，真係可以翻屋企嘅真係。哇！好嘢！打喎 ，super！
好，咁不如由Bohemia Stars隊長 Carrie 對Jade Jets 隊有啲咩説話想講啊？
第一場你哋贏得咁樣，跟住第2場俾你贏翻，第3場我哋贏！
香港板球女子頂級聯賽 Jade Jets 對Bohemia Stars 嘅決賽將會喺今個星期日舉行。緊貼住香港板球嘅最新情況，記得留意住我哋嘅5大 social media 同埋 download 我哋嘅 apps 啦。
板球女子頂級聯賽將會喺3月21號喺天光道嘅遊樂場舉行啦。咁打咗2 round 之後呢，佢哋係1-1打成平手嘅。咁我哋喺決賽比賽之前呢，不如玩個小遊戲，考驗下佢哋嘅團體合作性啦。
我係 Bauhinia Stars 嘅 Captain Carrie，
我係 Amanda，
我係 Alison，
我係 Emma。
大家好，我係 Jade Jets 隊長鋪通，我係檸檬，
我係 Ashley，
我係 Tammy。
咁事不宜遲，我哋即刻睇下遊戲玩法啦。好，咁首先由我哋2位隊長去 toss 邊個畫先定畫後啦。咁你揀咩啊？
我哋揀畫後。
OK， 咁我畫先啦。好，咁首先咧由Bohemia Stars 隊嚟畫先嘅。
得唔得我哋？得，加油喎！我試下邊爭，靠你啦。OK， 你啊，我好啲啊，
冇問題啦。
OK，好嚟啊！
好，你有10秒嘅畫畫時間。
一個圓圈，一個三角，一個直角。 哦，到你啊，到你啦！
擔心啊！
想望啊你？嗱，都係啦，有嘴有口，甚至立。喂，咩嚟㗎呢個？
你啊，得唔得？
咩嚟㗎？
好難睇啊！我哋咩啊？
時間有咩事？
咩事啊？
咗攞住波波你咪收功課咩事？咩啊？唔係可以唔俾佢睇嘅咩？
可能睇完都唔知係乜咧。
Very 估啦。好 ，Emma 收翻，Emma 收埋。
嗱，佢真係咁樣嘅，
真係咁樣嘅，
佢真係咁樣嘅。
你攞個答案嚟睇下啱唔啱？但係都唔係呢個方向，唔係呢個方向啊！頭先 Emma 唔係呢個方向俾佢睇嘅。係96係啦，唔係呢邊96係啦。Emma 打錯咗，攞遠啲睇。哦，攞遠啲睇。OK， 嗱，我估我知係咩啦？阿時門口。
砧板啊！ Emma 可唔可以講下？我見到嘅係一把刀同埋一支蠟燭，我係照住畫嘅。好，咁頭先Bohemia Stars隊就估唔中啦，我哋而家睇下 Jade Jets 隊估唔估得中先。
哇！我哋可以俾我睇下。哇！呢個哇！嗰啲呢個仲唔係 bacon 呢個？
冬甩。
話俾你知，如果你真係估唔到喎，真係可以翻屋企嘅真係。喂，你呢個
一定估到太容易啦。
少咁多嘢。哇！呢個圓圈個圓圈都唔同喎。我就估咧呢個係一個頭盔嚟嘅，跟住嗰個係兩隻雞。
其實咧，有冇諗過唔係咁樣睇？
我覺得呢個
係咁樣睇嘅喎。
係啦。
歐標諗多次。
兩個。
中文定英文咧？其實有冇諗過中文嚟嘅？3、2、1，最後答案。歐沙邊。好，聽完開估。
下個 play 啊！話俾你知，如果你真係估唔到喎，真係可以翻屋企嘅真係。哇！好嘢！打喎！Super！
好，咁不如由Bohemia Stars隊長 Carrie 對 Jade Jets 隊有啲咩説話想講啊？
第一場你哋贏得咁樣，跟住第二場俾你贏翻，第三場
我哋贏！
香港板球女子頂級聯賽 Jade Jets 對Bohemia Stars 嘅決賽將會喺今個星期日舉行。緊貼住香港板球嘅最新情況，記得留意住我哋嘅5大 social media 同埋 download 我哋嘅 apps 啦。
Bangladesh Association in Hong Kong. I was pretty surprised to know that most of the Bangladeshi in Hong Kong, they didn't know that cricket exists in Hong Kong. So they were very happy to see this program approaching to them, and then they were very excited because they have been playing cricket in their hometown, but they could not play in Hong Kong for a long time.
Actually, I came from Bangladesh. I played in Dhaka League. It's 10 years. Then I came to in Hong Kong and played 5 years in Hong Kong.
I'm an all-rounder and I bowl fast bowling. I want to play for the Hong Kong team.
That means they like cricket. They want to cricket. They want to play cricket. They want to learn cricket. So I need to give some opportunity. And this is the almost very beautiful ground is here. Before not like that. Even this morning 6 o'clock guys called to me. I want to go and play. I want to learn something cricket. So we are very much happy for that. Well, actually, I'm the all control is sports. I'm the secretary of sports. So I invite to all, and you now see we have the 25 guys every day come, and also have the adult also come. Total is 40 people every Sunday come.
Okay, so with the Bangladesh community, Bangladesh Association in Hong Kong, I was pretty surprised to know that most of the Bangladeshi in Hong excited because they have been playing cricket in their hometown, but they play in Hong Kong long time.
Actually, I came from Bangladesh. I played in 10 years. Then I came to in Hong Kong, 5 years in Hong Kong.
I'm an all-round and I bowl fast bowling. I play for the Hong Kong team.
They like cricket. They want to cricket. They want to learn cricket. So I need. Have the adult also come. Total is 40 people is every Sunday come.
Okay, so with the Bangladesh community, Bangladesh Association in Hong Kong, I was pretty surprised to know that most of the Bangladeshi in Hong Kong, they didn't know cricket exists in Hong Kong. So they were very happy to see this program approaching to them, and then they were very excited because they have been playing cricket in their hometown, but they could not play in Hong Kong for a long time.
Actually, I came from Bangladesh. I played in Dhaka League is 10 years. Then I came to Hong Kong and played in 5 in Hong Kong.
I'm an all-rounder and I bowl fast bowling. I want to play.
Beautiful ground is here. Before not like that. Even this morning 6 o'clock guys called to me. I want to go and play. I want to learn some cricket. So we are very much happy for that. Well, actually, I'm the control of sports. I'm the secretary of sports. So I invite to all, and you now see we have the 20 guys every day come, and also have the adult also come. At least 40 people is every Sunday come.
Okay, so with the Bangladesh community, Bangladesh Association in Hong Kong, I was pretty surprised to know that most of the Bangladeshi in Hong Kong know that cricket exists in Hong Kong. So they were very happy to see this program approaching to them, and then they were very excited because they have been playing cricket in their hometown, but they could not play in Hong Kong for a long time.
Actually, I came from Bangladesh. I played in Dhaka League is 10 years. Then I came to in Hong Kong and played 2 years in Hong Kong.
I'm an all-rounder and I bowl fast bowling. I want to play for the Hong Kong team.
That means they like cricket. They want to cricket. They want to play cricket. They want to learn cricket. So I need to give opportunity. And this is the almost very beautiful ground is here. For not like that. Even this morning 6 o'clock guys called to me. I want to go and play. I want to learn something cricket. So we are very much happy for that. Well, actually, I'm the control of sports. I'm the secretary of sports. So I invite to all, and you now see we have 25 guys every day come, and also have adult also come. Total is 4 people is every Sunday come.
Okay, so with the Bangladesh community, Bangladesh Association in Hong Kong, I was pretty surprised to know that most of the Bangladeshi in Hong Kong, they didn't know that cricket exists in Hong Kong. So they were very happy to see this program approaching to them, and then they were very excited because they have been playing cricket in their hometown.
To cricket, from where to play and how to get into the teams. So with this initiative, definitely it has helped our community to bond, come along together and play cricket together.
You know, we've been playing cricket as schoolboys, and it all started with the kids coming out to play. And it's a perfect way to spend the Sunday morning. We, as dads, all decided that we're going to pretend we're 20 years younger and come out and have a great morning of fun.
I've played this sport before in a garden by our house, but I haven't actually had proper lessons for it. I'm enjoying playing cricket a lot because I can work on different skills.
We had one very respected elderly, you won't believe it, she's 9+, and she was here today just to see their community members playing. It's amazing to see how passionate they are about cricket and how passionate about their community.
Well, I'd like to say a big thank you to the association and also to the hockey club for sponsoring these very events. Our community, the Hong Kong Anjumani Mohammedan Association, we are Dawudi Baraz. Here I am after, more than 60 years back on the cricket field, and I'm really excited about it. For us as a community, I had never played with any of my community friends, and they had also no exposure to cricket from where to play and how to get into the teams. So with this initiative, definitely it has helped our community to bond, come along together and play cricket together.
We've been playing cricket as schoolboys, and it started with the kids coming out to play. And it's a perfect way to spend the Sunday morning.
I'm supporting the Bohemia Stars.
I'm supporting Jade Jets.
I'm supporting Bohemia Stars.
Jade Jets.
I'm supporting Bohemia Stars.
I'm supporting Jade Jets.
I'm supporting Bohemia Stars.
I'm supporting Jade Jets.
I'm supporting Bohemia Stars.
I'm supporting Jade Jets.
I'm supporting Bohemia Stars.
Jade Jets. Bohemia Stars.
Jade Jets, yeah.
Bohemian Stars.
I support Jade Jets. Yay.
Supporting Bohemia Stars.
Hello and welcome. We are back live. It's about to get underway. Our cricket community discussed thought would win the game today, and now it's up to you to think who's going to win. The Stars have only set a target of 103. The Jets need just 103 to win. Just switching on. And there we go. Pulto on strike. Alison Sue to take the new ball. 103 is the target. I'll leave you with our commentators, Laksan Rajan and Jay Dansangani.
Thank you, Nitesh. It's a 7-2 offside field to kick things off. We've got a slip in place. It's Connie Wong at first slip. Interestingly, no fine leg. Here comes Alison Sue. And that's cut away from Pulto. Right off the bat. She's going to get 2. Just behind square on the offside. She gets off the mark, as do the Jade Jets. A reminder, in the first innings, the Bohemia Stars only able to muster 102. So a target of 103 for the Jade Jets. Whoa. Allison too short, too wide, and it's called a wide by the umpire. It goes without saying, but to stand any chance of walking away with the trophy, the Bohemia Stars will need early wickets. And it's interesting to see Mariko Hill promoted to open in this innings. Short and wide again. We're seeing the ball just keep a little bit low. And it was actually that low bounce, or that lack of bounce, that accounted for the key wicket of Dorothea, the last wicket to fall in the last innings. That's better from Allison, getting it fuller, giving it a chance to swing. Watchfully played by Pulto.
The last few balls, the encouraging thing is the amount of swing Allison is able to get from new ball. I think she is swinging it more than any of the bowlers that have bowled today.
There we go, circumspect defensive shot into the covers from Pulto. And Yakzan, I think you are bang on point there. We've seen Allison get this early movement throughout the tournament. She's doing it once more. But I think if she errs in any way, it has to be too full. Oh, playing a miss. One delivery left in this over. 3 runs off it so far. Pulto is going to keep swinging outside off stump. Connie Wong at first slip will be in play. And she has a go once again. And it beats the infield. Just about. But the batter's unable to scamper through for a single. Just able to scamper through for a single. That closes out the first over. 4 for no loss.
It's admirable how good Pulto is with the cut shot. The field set for her was a slip, a gully, a third man and 2 fielders at point, yet she was able to pierce the gap and get the single over there.
Carrie Chan's taking the new ball herself.
Carrie Chan.
And we're about to see a surprise. Carrie Chan is going to take the new ball herself from the commentator box end. Commentary box end. Argyle Street end.
Apologies, it's the Argyle Street end.
I know, but that's a softball court. That's a softball court. Also there. Actually, no, it's more here.
Some controversy here in the commentary tent about which one is Argyle Street.
That'll be Ting Kwong Road. That'll be Ting Kwong Road. So Argyle Street's over here.
I think you nailed it on the head, Nitesh. To our right is Tin Kwong Road. Right behind us is Argyle Street. Wait a minute, that's also Tin Kwong. That's Tin Kwong.
No, Ting Kwong is this narrow passageway. This road is Ting Kwong Road.
Oh, to Argyle Road.
Oh, I think she got it. Ooh. What's that edge on that?
And it looked like a bit of an inside edge there.
Dropped. It's gone down. It's gonna go down to drop. Emma, keeper. Non-regular keeper.
Emma lied, doesn't usually keep. Oh, that's a generous amount of flight and a full toss. Interesting to see Carrie Chan with the new ball. I don't think it's the worst decision in the world.
It's a very good decision. She can vary her flight, she can bowl it flat, she can give it some flight, and with the new ball it's going to skid on a bit, and that will be a new challenge for the Jade Jets batters. It's very good thinking from the Bohemia Stars to keep this ace up their sleeve for the final and not use it in the previous 2 matches.
There's a generous amount of flight. But it's not too often that you see Carrie Chan bowling full tosses. It's clearly an effect of the new ball, a little harder to grip. We have just a little bit of moisture on the field. I'm just going to put my hands on the grass. Just a little bit of moisture on the field. And we're sitting in a shaded commentary tent. So if it's moist over here, you can imagine how moist it is and how hard it is to grip the ball if you're out there on the outfield. Here comes Carrie Chan once again.
Lovely ball.
And that one just beating the inside edge to close out the over. Score.
4 for none.
It's 4 for none after 2. Run rate not much of an issue. The required rate just a tick above 2.5. The priority for Marigo Hill and Pulto, without a doubt, is to keep wickets in hand. A reminder of the playing conditions: we only use 1 ball per innings. In the second innings, the second half of the innings, it gets a lot easier to bat as the ball becomes softer. And we've seen the ball just sort of keep low a little bit on this track. Here's Allison looking for that movement. She's not going to find the movement if she keeps pitching it short. Mariko Hill, fortunately for the Bohemia Stars, unable to capitalize on that. Yaksan, what do you think is the right length? What do you think is the right strategy for the Bohemia Stars to adopt with the ball?
I think right now they're going quite good. They're trying to make the batsman play the shot outside off, play it with a cross bat, play the cut shot, and they have the field set for it. This ball also drifted down the leg side, so it was an easy single because there's a lot of vacant space on the leg side. But still, I think they're trying to get the batsman out on their strength. Pulto is a very keen batter to cut the ball. She is looking for that shot every time, and she's got a lot of protection on the offside behind square for that cut shot. And a slight miscue can lead to a slip or a gully catch. Ooh, and we almost had an edge over there. She went for the big drive outside of stump, and it's also swinging away. And she missed this one, but it could have been an edge, and that would have been the breakthrough for them. So I think Bohemia are doing quite good in terms of their strategy. They know what they want to do, and they're trying to execute their plans.
I think you're 100% spot on there, Yaksan. And that's why we do see, like you said, that's why we do see that 7-2 offside field. And to her credit, Alison Sue is bowling the right lines for this sort of field. But I do think that she's got to get it a little bit fuller, either in that in-between length, or she could even risk erring too much on the fuller side. But you need wickets. There we go. But Pulto, she's dispatched that through the extra cover region. It looked like it was going to run away for a boundary, but the batters, oh no. That's a disappointing piece of fielding there from the Bohemia Stars, gifting the Jade Jets a run. This outfield as well, with that slight drizzle, with a little bit of moisture, the outfield just seems to be getting a little bit slower. But that's not bad, in my opinion, from Allison. You've got to make the batsmen play. Apologies, make the batters play.
Even though Pulto has done the most of facing, she's faced 15 out of the 18 deliveries that have been bowled, Mariko has looked very solid. The first ball that she pushed into the offside made a very good sound, and then she got a single to get off the mark on the second ball that she faced. She's looked very solid as well.
Absolutely, and so much rests on the shoulders of these two in the middle right now. We've got Keanu Gill coming in later. But for now, here's Carrie Chan. Use of the feet. That one should run away to the boundary despite the slow outfield, splitting the gap between mid-on and mid-off. A good show of intent there from Pulto. Coming down the track, taking that one on the full. Yakshan, what do you think? If Carrie Chan doesn't pick up a wicket in these first 2 or 3 overs that she bowls, what would be your backup plan?
Honestly speaking, I would personally give Carrie Chan as long as she wants to. If she wants to bowl 8 overs on the trot, be it, because the game is not going to go to a last over cracker where you have to defend 8 of the last over. It's going to be coming down to the wickets. So your priority is to bowl them out as soon as possible, and for that you need to make sure your best bowlers are bowling maximum overs.
Yeah, it is a tough one in that sense. I mean, hindsight is 20/20, and she may prove me wrong pretty soon. There we go, and she does prove me wrong. A wicket for Carrie Chan, proving that I clearly don't know what I'm talking about. A big breakthrough there. Alison Sue with the catch, and that's the big wicket of Pulto. The Jade Jets skipper, she is walking back to the dugout. She struck a boundary earlier in the over, perhaps just getting a little bit selfish. And it's Jasmine Titmus walking out at number 3. but a big wicket there for the Bohemia Stars.
Score?
It's 12 for 1 now. Another 91 runs required for the Jade Jets. A reminder that the series is all squared at 1 apiece. Today's winner will be victorious in the Women's Premier League. 3-match series that's unfortunately taken around 5 or 6 months to play.
But that's not too bad, right? Originally as well, it was scheduled to be played over 2 to 3 months. So
that is correct. So COVID-19 disruptions, they've disrupted men's cricket, women's cricket, all over the world really. But we're just glad that we're out here. Finally, we get some cricketing action. Scoreboard pressure here. Carrie Chan looking for that second wicket. Jasmine just leaving that alone.
the luxury that Jade Jets have by bowling very well in the first innings and giving themselves a very small target to chase is that they can just play out Carrie Chan. If she bowls 8 mid-in overs, be it, given that she does not take any wickets.
Absolutely. The end of a successful over. It's 12 for 1 after 3. And to your point, Yakzan, I believe the countdown has perhaps already begun. 2 down, 6 to go. 6 more overs from Carrie Chan. But obviously there are more threats in that Bohemia Stars bowling lineup. One of them right now, Alison Sue into her 3rd over. And the Stars will persist with that 7-2 offside field. Connie Wong at first slip. Oh, 2 full! Oh my word! Jasmine Titmus may have cost her team 4 runs.
And hurt herself in the process.
And she's hurt herself in the process as well. Oh, Mariko Hill. That's a tough one. That was right off the middle of the bat.
Jasmine's sister slowed a bit off the ground.
And now we have a mid-on dropping back to a long on. Here's Allison once again. A reminder, in the first power play you're allowed 2 fielders outside the circle. So we've got a long on and a 3rd man on the boundary. Oh, that's cut away. Beautiful, getting on top of the bounce. Mariko Hill for her first boundary. Score moves on to 16. Mariko and Jasmine just having a bit of a giggle in the middle of the pitch. That could have easily been Mariko's 2nd boundary the over.
Probably Jasmine just said to her, "Thank you, you didn't hit it straight back to me again." As Allison runs in for the next ball, this time respected by Mariko. She feels she's done the job for this over, so she respects this ball, even though it felt like the same ball that she cut for a boundary just a ball before. Two more balls to come. What does Ellison have up her sleeve? Comes in, bowls outside off stump, swinging further away, left alone by the batsman, and it isn't called a wide. How tempting is it for a batter to see that there's no fielder after mid-wicket on the leg side and yet not go for that inside-out shot, dragging it from outside off?
watchfully played by Mariko. To answer your question, it's incredibly tempting to go towards the leg side, which is why Mariko would have been so disappointed to hit it straight into Jasmine Titmus's foot. Just two fielders on the leg side. But despite that setback, Mariko looking very solid once again. She looked really solid in that first game as well, before giving it away. We haven't seen a big score from Mariko yet. Could today be her day? Here's Carrie Chan. Once again, just trying to tempt the batter with that line around the 4th or 5th stump. It's nudged away from Jasmine.
Off the mark or not?
No, not yet.
So Jasmine Titmus yet to get off the mark. Was so impressive with the ball, wasn't she, Yaksan?
Yeah, probably. She turned the game on its head. She got important wickets of Emma and Connie. And she's probably a good contender for man of the match if she... woman of the match, in fact, if she makes sure that she plays out a couple of overs right now and takes the game deep.
Part of the ECB development squad back in England.
ECB.
England Cricket Board.
That one's just left alone. And I think it's worth mentioning as well that if she gets a solid score today, maybe a 30, 40 or even a half century, she could be in contention for player of the series. Figures of 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 wickets for just 6 runs in that first game. And like you just mentioned, those 2 Yorkers to get 2 wickets in the space of 2 balls. Crucial wickets at crucial times in that first innings. Oh, it's a big appeal! Perhaps just a little too high. That's the end of it. End of the over. A good one as well. 16 for 1. Tracy, you want to jump in?
Okay, so we're having the first change in the bowling now with Connie Wong coming in from the softball end. Connie's got a wealth of experience with her cricket playing, so it'll be interesting to see how she goes to try to reduce the number of runs that the batsman can get here. Continuing with the same field, very offside packed. Little bit of a mix up there with the running, but they've gone for 1 and a bit and then come back again. So safely back Jasmine into the crease there.
I think Connie wants more protection on the leg side to be able to bowl within the stumps instead of bowling it outside the stump. That's a good strategy, and they have moved the fielder from the 3rd man boundary to square leg, which means that there are no fielders on the boundary right now. Everyone is in the circle as Connie runs in for her 2nd ball. Drops it short, bounces twice before reaching the keeper, but is within the allowed guidelines for a wide, so it is a dot ball.
Still continuing with this 2 fielders in the point area, so knowing that these batsmen are quite strong with the cut shot. And Jasmine just blocks that one to keep that out.
as Connie runs in for the 4th ball of her first over. This one fuller shaped, going away from the batter, but no damage done. Successfully fended by Jasmine to mid-off, and another dot ball. Oh, not exactly out of the middle. It took the leading edge of Jasmine's bat and went to the point fielder, backward point fielder rather, and again a dot ball. No chance of a single again. Last ball of Connie's over coming up. Does she have a variation up her sleeve? Can she get it to tail back into the batter? Ooh. She tries to change it up a bit, but going down leg probably. So the LBW appeal is not answered in a positive way, and that marks the end of the over. At the end of 7 overs, the Jade Jets are 17 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Jasmine's not off the mark yet.
Carrie's going to continue. She started with the spin at the start of this innings and is continuing on with that.
I sense a wicket coming here. Carrie is ready to start.
That's a very direct commentator's curse.
Ooh.
Okay, and that was well played there by Mariko. Very full ball. Mariko going for the quite late cut shot there. Almost just trying to dabble it past the slip.
Oh, good shot.
And then that one, a powerful shot through cover there, and Ruchita Venkatesh just let that one go through, and that's a 4.
When Poulter was batting, she was making sure she is cutting it behind square. Mariko, on the other hand, is more keen to cut it in front of point. So 2 different batters, 2 different strategies, as Carey drags this one down again, and another cut shot, but this time straight to the fielder, and no mistakes this time, so it's a dot ball.
Shot. Superb.
And that's a lovely shot. First time we've seen anything going over the leg side actually for this innings. And as we've said earlier, it's a lot of space out there, so Mariko's just pulled that out past square leg. 2 bounces into the boundary.
Probably 2 straight from Carey after bowling a lot of balls outside of stump. She was trying to get one to go with the arm, but probably dragged the length back too much, and Mariko capitalized on it. Last ball of Carey's 4th over coming up. A well-flighted full delivery to end the over with a dot ball, and at the end of 8 overs, which is also the end of the first power play, the Jade Jets are 25 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Be interesting to see when we see Mariam Bibi come in to the attack for this innings. We recall in the last match she ended up with five wickets. So waiting to see when she will actually get her opportunity for today.
But for now we have Connie bowling as she runs in for her 2nd over. Edged into the leg side but into the gap, so the batsmen go through for a single, and that also means that Jasmine is finally off the mark after facing her 14th delivery. Probably too full this time, but Mariko not able to time it as well as she would have liked, and some good fielding as well by Carrie Chan in the covers, which gives another dot ball to the Bohemia Stars as Connie gets ready for the third ball of her over, crosses the umpire, bowls, pulls the length back a bit and managed to get the edge but did not carry to the slip fielder. Lucky escape there for Mariko. The ball did not carry to the slip fielder. Very good bowling from Connie. She is changing her length very well, not letting the batter to become comfortable on either front foot or back foot, as Connie runs in for the fourth time this over. A similar ball, just giving it a bit of more width to tempt the batsman to go for the cut shot, but Mariko just fends it to the backward point fielder, and that's another dot ball.
One seemed to be a bit of movement in towards the batsman. Mariko needing to readjust her shot.
Yeah, quite good bowling from Connie. She is playing with the batter's mind right now. 4 dot balls in a row and the last ball of the over yet to come. She is trying to string dot balls and build pressure, which eventually could lead to a wicket. Some problem behind the bowler's arm. Some people near the side screen, they want them to...
Oh, the cameraman.
Yeah.
Photographers are now moving away from the side screen.
As we can see on our screen as well, on the top of our screen, there are a few people besides the side screen who have now become still as Connie comes in for the last time in this over. Bowls short, cut but straight to the fielder, so no run again. A very good over from Connie Wong comes to an end. Just 1 run off this over, and the Jade Jets are 26 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Looks like Mariam's going to come on and bowl off.
Yep. So this is what I was waiting for, seeing Miriam come on, see if she can bring back some of that bowling that she had in the last match.
Hat trick and 5 wickets.
It was a hat trick and 5 wickets, you're right, Nitesh. And we'll see whether she can come back with that, given that she came out of her 3 weeks of quarantine just at midnight last night. So coming back from a home visit to Pakistan and doing the 3 weeks mandatory quarantine here in Hong Kong, was able to get out of that last night to be able to come and play with us today.
And the first ball was certainly at a very good length, and she seems all warmed up to the task.
It's played by Jasmine, but a little bit uppish, so possibility of that flying up for a catch at some point.
Third ball of the over coming up. Mariam crosses the umpire, bowls another full delivery down the leg side. I'm not sure if there was an edge or a pad on it, but the batsmen have run 2 runs, but the umpire gives it a wide, so that will be 3 extras, which is something the Bohemia Stars cannot afford at this stage, given that their total, the total that they set is not very high. As Mariam runs in again to bowl her third ball. And she's edged.
And a drop there by the keeper. Although it was an excellent dive across to that, it was quite a wide chance. Would have been a fantastic catch had Emily actually taken that one. Jasmine needs to refocus and not swing her bat out at those ones that are just moving outside off.
Yeah. Anything between 7 and 11 clicks per ball.
Oh! That one.
And that's been given.
So that ball coming in just a little bit and hitting Jasmine on the back leg, giving her LBW. So
The drop catch not hurting a lot as Mariam gets Jasmine off the next ball. Who needs fielders when you can bowl balls like this, right?
That's exactly it. She took a hat trick in the last game, all 3 LBWs.
yes.
Same umpire.
That's probably the tactic.
Irrelevant. It's irrelevant. I'm just pointing out a coincidence that she's gotten 4 LBWs.
And coming in, I recall that was later in the innings, right? So I'm not sure she's going to have the same level of luck today, given that it's Keanu Gill who's coming to the crease at the moment.
Keanu Gill is one of the hat-trick wickets, isn't it?
She was, but it was towards the end of her innings, right? So she was. Yeah.
And she got her in the first match as well. So
Yeah.
2 games, 2 times she's gone Keanu out. This is the 3rd matchup. Oh wow, this could be Mariam's wicket. Game's on here.
Could be.
Well, whatever it is, she's had an impact out of the quarantine.
Yeah.
More even fielding positions at the moment. We've got 4 on the leg side, 5 on the off.
As Mariam runs in for the 5th time. He'll have to run in again. Lost her run up a bit. Yeah, more even fielding, rightly pointed out. And I think that's a better strategy. The bowler has more confidence to bowl wherever they want to. They're not restricted to a specific line. And with Mariam targeting the stumps, it's better to have some extra protection on the leg side as well. But the first ball faced by Keanu is very well defended by her. Last ball of Mariam's successful first over coming up. As she runs in, crosses the umpire, reaches the crease, bowls a slower one. Wide delivery, wide outside the off stump, but not wide enough for it to be called a wide.
Over.
And that's the over. So at the end of 10 overs, Jade Jets are 29 for the loss of 2 wickets. How do you see the match? Is it still evenly poised, or do you think a team has an advantage?
Yeah, I do think so. At the start of this innings, I was thinking that the Jade Jets would be confident in coming in. I think getting the 2 wickets in the first 10 overs is really putting the pressure back on them. And as we said earlier on, that the scoreboard pressure is quite an important factor. So you're not just playing against the 11 on the ground opposite you, you're actually playing against the scoreboard as well. And we see that there with Mariko just taking a big swing, thinking that she's going to break this open a little bit. There's been a few overs of dots, and so really looking to maybe try and open up and get some runs there. So I think the next 3 to 5 overs is quite critical. And that one a full toss and just on the leg side, so nicely played all the way along the ground by Mariko past square leg.
Yeah, before this ball, Connie had bowled 6 consecutive dot balls to Mariko. So this one just taking the pressure off a bit. Mariko getting a boundary would calm her down a bit, and she can carry on now in a better fashion. She's maintaining a healthy strike rate though. She's 18 of 23 deliveries, which is quite good compared to what we've seen in this game. As Connie runs in once again, a fuller delivery driven and very well stopped by Carey Chan. Great fielding, running from the covers, preventing the ball to go to long off and stopping a definite single for her team. Connie runs in for the 4th time in this over. A bit of extra flight, floated it up a bit, and Mariko realized that her wicket is more precious than getting a boundary at this stage and respected the change of pace and blocked it.
Slow ball.
Yeah, but they did put the fielder out there to protect that boundary. Unfortunately, that's just gone under the bottom of Amanda and crossed the line for 4 runs.
The Bohemia Stars still haven't lost hope. We can see the fielders chirping still. They're backing their players, backing the bowler, backing the fielder, as Connie runs in for the last ball of her 3rd over, which has been a bit expensive and will cost a few more runs, as Mariko plays a very beautiful cover drive. The fielder at long off tidies up, but the batsmen still go through for 2 runs. So 10 runs coming off this over, and the Jade Jets are at the end of 11 overs, 39 for the loss of 2 wickets.
And something you just mentioned there, the enthusiasm in the field. I think the previous 2 games, the Bauhinia Stars have actually had that enthusiasm throughout the entire innings in the field. I think they've definitely been the ones that have had the chat, really supported each other throughout the entire innings. We didn't hear as much when the Jade Jets were out there, so it's really good to see that they're right behind their bowler, and there's a lot of talk out there.
Mariam getting ready to bowl the first ball of her 2nd over, targeting the stumps once again, hitting the pads of the batter, but this time it was probably going down leg, and the umpire does not give this one out. So Mariam Bibi starts off with a dot ball in her 2nd over. Second ball, and she's
got her.
What a ball!
So not via LBW, but has actually gotten her cap again. So Keanu Gill bowled by Miriam Bibi. 3 matches, 3 times Miriam Bibi has actually gotten Keanu Gill out.
They play for the same club?
No. So Miriam is Little Saiwan, and Keanu plays for Kowloon Cricket Club. So it would be interesting to have a look at the statistics throughout the regular season and see how many times they've actually gotten the same thing happen.
Who's the new batter?
Lemon Chung coming out. So the wicket keeper for the Jade Jets coming out.
Now it's game on.
As we said at the start, Lemon was the opener for the previous 2 games and opened with Pulto. So she's been pushed down the order a little bit today. But still in there within the 12th over we're into now, so still quite early on. Potentially the tallest female cricketer out there with the shortest female cricketer. So your eyes are not deceiving you. It's not because Lemon is further in the distance. She is quite a short of stature individual.
Mariam Bibi high in confidence, 2 wickets in 2 overs.
No, so true.
Wicket second.
Oh, and that's a wideish ball that Lemon has gone for, and she's cut that down onto her foot, but safely for a dot.
fourth ball of the over coming up. Mariam reaches the crease, bowls, straight delivery. Lemon tries to hit it and skies it, but just short of the fielder. Connie cannot reach the ball in time and the ball lands in no man's land. And in the meanwhile, the batsmen go through for a single. So chances being created of Mariam's bowling. First we had a dropped catch of Jasmine Titmus, although she got her out the next ball, and now, even though a difficult, but you would certainly call this a half chance. And now for Marico Hill, they have sent the mid-on fielder a bit deeper, closer to the boundary, as Mariam runs in for the fifth time in this over. A straighter ball, a quicker ball probably, but going down the leg side, and it's been called a wide. On her way back to her mark, she's telling herself to stay calm, to keep bowling the good line that she's been bowling when she's getting wickets. Running in again to bowl the fifth ball of her over. Reaches the crease, jumps, bowls, and not as quick as the previous ball. A good drive, but straight to Carrie Chan. So a dot ball.
Good ball, nice shot, well fielded. I keep watching Rashida Venkatesh warming up here. I think she's trying to give the message to her captain that she's ready to have a bowl. And that one, a full toss, well dispatched to the boundary.
Seems like Ruchi's forming up and signalling has worked, as she's been called to bowl.
I noticed it an over or so ago, but this over was between every single ball. So whether she had been told or whether she was just making sure of it, will be interesting to see. So we'll have spin from one end and the medium pace from this end. So should be an interesting partnership to see with the bowling.
So not very long spells. The bowlers from Bohemia Stars have been bowling 2-3 over spells. Carrie herself bowled a 4 over spell.
Ruchi got leaks in the last game, didn't she?
Yes, you're right. Actually, Ruchi did get Mariko in the last match. I think Mariko went for a big swing and slog swing and went through her legs and she bowled. So. And in the club cricket this season, I think Ruchi did get a 5-4. So she's had a good season in club cricket from a batting perspective. You know, we talked about her 50 recently, and she had a 5 just a few weeks ago as well. So she's unusual fumble there by Carrie, but good quick run by Lemon.
So the matchup that Ruchi was brought on for, Mariko Hill on strike, and Ruchi will be bowling to her. And we have the field set for that slog sweep yet again.
Yes.
The long on is back, the mid wicket is back, and we have 5 fielders on the leg side as opposed to 4 on the off side. No fielder behind point, so there's no third man. So if she wants to guide it down to third man, that might be a good option too, as Ruchi comes in. And she tries to guide it down. But it bounces just a bit too much because Ruchi is quite tall herself as well. So it bounces, and well kept by Emma. And now the fine leg has been moved to third man. So now there's no fine leg. Oh, in fact, the square leg is moving a bit more squarer. So it's more like a. As Ruchi comes in for the 4th time. This time a full toss, which is driven straight down the ground. Long off is on the boundary, so it's going to be just a single. fifth ball of Ruchi's first over coming up. Lemon to face.
And
Full
another
toss,
full
and
toss.
Lemon missed it, but this is the disadvantage of not having your regular keeper playing for you. It could have easily been a stump if
I think Jen Davies is the regular keeper for the Bohemia Stars, and I think she has had a few stumpings over the previous couple of games, most likely off Ruchi. She does get quite a lot of flight, does trick the batsman, and so Emma Line, not a regular keeper, has done a bit of keeping in the past, but not a regular. So you can see that she's actually standing quite a way back to give herself the ability to be able to read the ball coming through. But it does take that option of stumping out of the equation.
that's the end of the over, and at the end of 13 overs, the Jade Jets are 48 for the loss of 3 wickets. And we have Jay back in the commentary box with us.
Hi Yakzan, what an interesting last half an hour or so. Those 2 wickets just dragging the Bohemia Stars back into the game. And wow, Mariam Bibi, she cannot stop taking wickets. That's 7 wickets in the last 2 games for Mariam Bibi. Into the 3rd over, 4th over. And she's still got another 6 possible overs left. She's talking to Carrie Chan. Carrie Chan, the skipper, has been really busy in the covers, much like her counterpart, Pull Toe. It's interesting to see both a mid-on, both a long-on and a long-off in place. You feel like she's going to bowl just short of a length here. No, she doesn't. Not at all. A full toss, way too full. And Mariko Hill has been strict and severe on anything that's erred in line. And now that's 50 up for the Jade Jets with that boundary. 52 for 3 now. They're just over halfway towards their target.
Mariko's got the highest individual score of the match so far. 33.
Mariko Hill undefeated on 33.
This time she respects it. She's got the boundary of the over already, and she is now prepared to respect the good balls from Mariam Bibi.
I'd have to say, Yakzan, it's quite a simple equation from here on out. Nothing extravagant needed. And you feel like Mariko Hill could just see this through to the end.
Probably. The good thing is you might not notice it, but she is playing at a very healthy strike rate. She's got 33 and 33 deliveries. And again, a good ball from Mariam, but Mariko is up to the task and she respects it, blocks it straight back to the bowler.
Absolutely, she's been the top scorer so far today. And the ball just makes a different sound when it hits her bat. And you have to say, Mariko Hill in general, but especially today, once she beats the infield, that ball is going to crawl over the boundary ropes.
7 boundaries and 33 runs.
Mariam Bibi, 2 full once again. Work in the deep. The fielder cuts it off. Just a single. So Mariam Bibi started really well, but just a couple of full tosses in this over. Mariko Hill, too good of a player to keep missing out on that. Early on in her innings, I don't know if you remember this, Yakzan, but she smashed one straight down to the direction of mid-on, but it smashed into Jasmine Titmus's foot. Since then, she's collected 7 boundaries in her innings. Lemon Chung, she doesn't have to do anything crazy, does she? Just hang in there, turn the strike over.
So last ball of Mariam's over coming up. She has taken a wicket apiece in both her first 2 overs, but this time Lemon has denied her of getting a wicket in her 3rd over, and it successfully ends the over. Mariam Bibi's stats got a bit dented in this over, courtesy the full tosses that were bowled, but it's still good enough. 3 overs, 14 for 2 wickets for Mariam Bibi. She's looking threatening. Chances are getting created of her bowling. So I think they will persist with her from one end as Ruchi gets ready for her second over.
More than half the target has been chased already.
Just another 50 runs required for the Jade Jets to win this series 2-1.
Mariko's highest score of the tournament so far, 34. So she could get her first 50.
Absolutely. Mariko undefeated on 34, her highest score of the tournament. You have to say she was due a big score. But she'll want to push on, she'll want to finish off this game, see it through to the end. But for now, she'll have to contend with Ruchita Venkatesh. Another full toss and another boundary. Deep mid-wicket, had no chance there. We saw this a few times when the Jade Jets had the ball in hand. But you'd have to say the Bohemia Stars, especially in the last 10 minutes or so, erring way too full. Too many full tosses, too many freebies. When you've got someone like Mariko Hill out in the middle, you cannot afford to keep doing that. That's Mariko's 8th boundary.
I think Mariko has also played it smart. Out of the 36 balls she's faced, she's hit 8 of them for a boundary. That means she scored 6 runs of the rest of the 28 deliveries. So she's been prepared to respect the good balls that she is getting, and she is making sure that she puts the bad balls away. We saw the Bohemia Stars did not really capitalize on the full tosses that they got. So I think that is proving to be the difference between the two sides right now, as Ruchi comes in for the 3rd ball of her over, a full delivery, driven straight to Carrie Chan in the covers, and a dot ball.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. I'd say around probably 4 of her boundaries, half of her boundaries have come off full tosses. So she knows there's always going to be that loose delivery. When you start the innings and the required run rate is only 2.5, you don't necessarily have to create scoring opportunities. Just wait for the loose ball, and that's exactly what she's done. She's held her shape throughout the innings. Tight in defense and severe on anything loose. And there we go, using her feet once again, but not losing her shape, not taking her eyes off the ball, not trying to overhit it either. There we go. Just as we were saying, Ruchi just drifting down leg side.
Last ball of her over.
I'd have to say, Mariko is probably a little disappointed not to get bat on that.
Yeah, that's true. Quite a big vacant area between the square leg and the fine leg fielder. A little tick would have gotten her a boundary, but she gets another full toss and she makes sure she utilizes it, places it in the gap between the long off and the extra cover fielder, and gets 2 runs. No, it's just a single. No, 2 runs. 40. 63. 40 for Mariko.
So the score moves on to 60 for 3. 40 of those runs have come off the bat of Mariko Hill. So just another 43 runs required. And it's amazing how the game can change in just a matter of minutes.
Yeah.
When I first returned to the commentary mic, it looked like it was, well, I wouldn't say 50-50, but it was a lot more of an even contest. I hate to state the obvious, but the wicket of Mariko Hill would make a massive difference right now.
Does it have any correlation with you coming back to the commentary and the match shifting towards the Jade Jets?
Well, crazy things always seem to happen when I'm behind this mic. A lot of commentators' curses. Who knows, I may have cursed Mariko Hill. Who knows?
But for now, Lemon is on strike, so we won't know if that curse has got into Marico or not, as Mariam Bibi runs in, first ball of her fourth over. Inside edge from Lemon, goes to fine leg, no opportunity to take a single. So dot ball to start the fourth over of Mariam.
You know, it's interesting, Yakzan. I want to hear your thoughts on this, but I think for the Bohemia Stars, you've got to keep going with Mariam Bibi, of course. As we watch this delivery. Oh, another full toss.
Oh.
That's well fielded, actually, by Carrie Chan. She got a bad bounce, but she adjusted.
And she got the throw off.
But like I was saying, I think it's definitely the right tactic to persist with Mariam Bibi. You know, she's the player in form, but from the other end, I'd like to see skipper Carrie Chan.
Was it bat first? Was it bat first? The umpire seems to think it was bat first. It's gone down to fine leg. It's only going to be a single. Yeah, I completely agree with you. I'd love to see Carrie coming back from the softball end. But to persist with Mariam Bibi or not, it also depends on her fitness. She just came out of quarantine last night. How many overs on the trot can she get in this spell? That also depends on how comfortable she is feeling with her body right now.
Yeah, that's a great point, Yakzan. It's just incredible. We've talked about it before today. 21 days in quarantine. And here she is.
Shot.
There we go. Another full toss.
Oh, lovely.
And is it cut off? It's a bit of a fumble. The fielder just a little lucky. That part of the ground, it's probably the slowest outfield.
But nonetheless, it was good intent from the fielder.
I have to say, Yakzan, the fielding has been a little disappointing from the Bohemia Stars. A couple of balls sneaking through the legs. I believe it was Allison around 5 or 6 overs ago. Plenty of time to get down for the long barrel. And I know it's tempting. I know it's tempting to just bend down without long barreling it, but you've got to do the basics right.
But Mariam comes back after bowling a full toss, one ball on a very good length, and Mariko respects it just like she has been doing throughout this innings.
Yet another full toss, a chance though, and it's taken, but it's called a no ball. It's called a no ball. Yet another full toss, and this one is going to result in a free hit.
Mariko breathing a sigh of relief. She is already in her 40s. She doesn't want to get out before getting to that mark of 50 runs, getting that half century. A free hit for Lemon nonetheless. She is on 3 of 11 balls, and this might be the ball for her to break free. As Mariam runs in, crosses the umpire, bowls a slower ball, and Lemon tries to paddle it, dropped catch, but free hit. You can't get caught. A direct hit, but the batter makes it safely into the crease. So 1 run of the free hit.
That's good. Have you played?
Well done.
That was really good work actually from Emma Lai, because she's not a full-time keeper. But some great premeditation there. Definitely saved, I would say, 3 runs, if not 2 runs for her side. But I have to say, you know, you take the quarantine, the 21-day quarantine, into consideration, and the fact that it is a little damp out there, it's hard to grip the ball. You know, perhaps that explains why we've seen the number of full tosses that we've seen. But even after accounting for that, I think it's just too much. So I wouldn't really level the blame on Mariam. I think it's everyone else.
True. When you're bowling, you need a bit of luck to go your way. When you're defending a very small total, you need your fielders to grab those half chances, and then you need to also bowl well yourself to make sure you defend the total. But it seems like it's not her day right now. And we see a bowling change. Ruchi has been replaced by Alison Siu. Alison took the new ball, bowled 3 good overs with the new ball. Got punished a bit by Pulto when she bowled a little wide, but now she's come back for her second spell and Lemon will be facing her. And she is still getting the shape away from the batter. This ball beat everyone, the batter, the keeper, everyone, and the batters go through for 1 run of a bye.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Emma. Filling in for Jen Davies.
Even their second choice keeper Shenzhen was not available.
Quarantine.
Yeah.
And Shanzeen Shehzad, second choice keeper, she's also unavailable. So the Bohemia Stars forced to turn to their third choice keeper as we see another wide delivery.
It's also tough on their batting lineup. 2 front choice batters gone. And I think Mahiri Yusuf not available also. Akasha Yusuf not available also. Weakened Stars team.
Quite a few players, I don't know if you picked that up on the mic, but quite a few players missing for the Stars. Akasha Yusuf, Marine Yusuf, Shanzeen, as we just mentioned a moment ago, and Jen Davies. That's watchfully played for Mariko Hill.
But again, I'll say this, the good thing is that the chirping is not stopping from the fielders. They're still getting behind their bowler. They know that 1 wicket can bring them back into this match. They want to get Mariko Hill out as soon as possible. Did she get a hand on that?
No.
They're not appealing, so probably she didn't, but
Mariko cannot believe her luck.
That's 2 boundaries she's missed.
She's been denied yet again. She was denied once by Jasmine Titmus's size 9 foot, and now smacks one straight back at the stumps at the non-striker's end.
she's been on 43 for quite some while now. The no ball on which she got caught, that was the ball when she reached 43, and she has been on this score for a few balls now.
Yeah, and I would say that no ball is the only time I've seen her miss-hit the ball in the innings.
What, is the bail broken?
The bail's broken by the looks of it, yeah.
And it looks like Mariko has broken the bail at the non-striker's end, so we're going to have a bit of a delay. She's broken a bail, she's nearly broken a foot, and she's definitely broken the spirits of the Bohemia Stars. So the players are just taking a impromptu drinks break here. We're gonna try to keep you entertained as we wait for a replacement bail. But yes, you know, it has to be said from the Jade Jets' perspective, they won a really, really important toss. And I think for the Stars, they've been kind of unlucky. We had that slight drizzle, you know, towards the end of the Bohemia Stars innings and during the interval as well, the mid-innings interval. So I think it's just made it much harder to grip the ball. So that's nullified the threat of Carrie Chan. And it just seems like there's nothing really in it for the slower bowlers in this second innings.
And even when batting, they were quite unfortunate to pick out the best fielders of the Jets side whenever they hit it in the air. The first wicket fell to when Pulto was catching it off the bowling of Ikra Sahar. I believe the batter was Jaswinder, and she hit it in the air straight to Pulto, who is the best fielder of the tournament until now and looks like she'll be unbeaten in that. And then Mariam Bibi, she skied it into the hands of the tallest fielder on the park. So they've also been unfortunate in that regard. Small bits of luck, if they could have gone their way, it would have been a different story.
That's true, especially that Mariam Bibi dismissal. Incredibly unlucky. It was such a good sound off the bat as well. And I was mentally preparing myself to praise her. I was mentally preparing myself for Mariam with her first boundary. But that's not what happened.
Bails are on.
And it was a smart catch as well. Both the pull toe one and the one from Mariko Hill. I would say the pull toe catch was probably better. Pull toe a lot more diminutive in size. So she had to leap up for that one. Timed her jump to perfection.
Looking from that cheer from the Bohemia Stars team right now, I think one thing that Mariko hasn't been able to break is their spirits.
Touche, Aksan, touche. In any case, we're just trying to get confirmation on whether the score is 67 or 68. But in any case, just over 30 runs required for the Jade Jets.
Is that 68 then? Yeah, the wide second ball.
Yep, it's 68 for 3, so another 35 runs required. Mariko Hill still out in the middle.
It's not a wide. It's not a wide. I was told it was a wide, but it wasn't a wide.
Small correction, 67 it is.
Yeah. Just check that in the video.
So Mariko on 43 undefeated. After that short break, we've got our bail back. And it's Allison to continue. Oh, that's much better from Allison. An appeal. More out of hope than expectation. Mariko Hill, that one just beating her inside edge. It can be tough after a short break like that. A lot of batters can lose their concentration. It can almost be like starting a second innings, starting a new innings. So a tough one for Mariko Hill. She really should be on 50 now, had it not been for those 2 boundaries she was denied. That's too short. Decent amount of movement actually back in.
Carrie's coming back in.
And it looks like Captain Fantastic Carrie Chan is bringing herself back on.
The previous over was a maiden over, so Allison starting her second spell with a maiden over, that is a statement. And it has looked dangerous. She missed the bat quite a few times. There were a few appeals as well in that over, although none answered in affirmation by the umpire, but she has looked good in her second spell.
I've got to say, I almost forgot that Lemon Chung was out in the middle. It just seems like Bohemia Stars versus Mariko Hill right now. But you have to give credit where credit is due. You know, she's stuck in there. She's hung around. She hasn't tried anything extravagant.
Except for the scoop.
Except for that scoop. Off a free hit. Off a free hit. But there are a lot of close infielders. You have a short cover and a short extra cover in place. Oh, and she's gone for a big shot. This is going to be out. No! My word! No calling there. Oh, my word. That could have brought the Bohemia Stars back into the game. It should have been out. I called it. I called it way too early. It seems like the commentator's curse has struck yet again. For what, the 6th time today?
Probably, yeah. But a bit of miscommunication gives a life to Lemon, and now she's off strike as well. Mariko, solid as ever, respecting the bowler, respecting that Carey is trying to lure the batsman into a false shot by giving vacant spaces on the leg side and a few catches on the offside.
There we go. Yet again, an action replay of at least 3 or 4 of Mariko Hill's boundaries. She moves on to 47.
Will we see a 6 in this innings? Mariko going to 50 with a 6.
I'm not sure if she's gonna go to 50 with a 6.
I think if she gets another ball like that, she might. Still no one out here.
Still acres of space on the leg side. And it's interesting that Carrie Chan has persisted with those two close infielders on the offside, despite the fact that Marigold Hill is now on strike. But I mean, what else are you gonna do? You need wickets. You can't afford to have fielders sitting back on the edge of the circle. You can't afford to have fielders back on the boundary.
And she's now attacking. She knows that Mariko is within one shot of her 50 and she's attacking more close infielders, no opportunities for a single. She wants her to risk getting a boundary to get to her 50. That's good planning by Carrie Chan.
Yeah, absolutely. Good call. And it's 72 for 3 now at the end of that over.
How many overs? 18.
18 overs. 18 overs done. The Jade Jets ticking along nicely at exactly 4 runs and over. Another 31 required. Alison Sue to continue.
Just trying to figure out which side to shine, which side were they maintaining for the ball, to make sure she knows exactly where she is swinging it when she bowls the first ball. And a very good first ball, blocked into the leg side, and a very sharp single pinched by the batters. Good cricket there from Lemon. Just dropped it and ran. The fielder was at the edge of the 30-yard circle and that allowed the batters to go through for a single. Mariko on 47. Ellison comes in, bowls outside off stump, good length, and Mariko defends it straight into the fielder in the offside. Connie fields it very well, so a dot ball. Ellison runs in once again, bowls this time fuller, and she's beaten Mariko, but she's also not able to hit the stumps. So she's beaten Mariko, she's beaten the stumps, and it's a dot ball. Happy ending for the batter.
Because she still does this, so then comes out here, so that area there becomes like really awkward to get to access.
Ellison for the 4th time in this over, drags it back a bit. Mariko cuts it. She's been cutting it well, but there's protection on the offside boundary, so it will just be a single, which brings her to 48. It's getting a bit quiet now as we are going further into the match, as Ellison pulls it outside off again, left well alone by Lemon, through to the keeper Emma, and another dot ball. Ellison runs in for the last time in this over, drags it back, flicked into the leg side by Lemon, and a quick single. Good running, good understanding between the batters, good calling, and that ends the over. At the end of 19 overs, Jade Jets are 75 for the loss of 3 wickets. 28 runs needed to win. And for the Bohemia Stars, 7 more wickets needed to win.
Largest partnership of the innings so far, Mariko and Lemon.
How much?
36 of 47. Might be the largest of the match.
I think Connie and Dorothy.
35, right? The first innings, the largest partnerships were 35 and 32. So this is already the longest partnership of the match.
So this partnership, after the single of the last ball, has just become the highest partnership of the match, crossing Connie and Dorothy. They made 35 as a pair. Lemon and Mariko have already gone to 36. First ball of Kerry Chan's over, left well alone by Lemon. Dot ball to start. As Kerry comes in again to bowl. Well flighted, outside off stump, respected by Lemon. The dot ball.
Lots of support for Lemon from the boundary. A lot of support for Lemon from the boundary.
They really are crowding her in there, and all those fielders around the offside, trying to put the pressure on her.
There are at least 3 catching fielders, or 4 in fact, on the offside for Lemon. Kerry once again, this time a bit more flight. She's edged it, but it does not carry to the floating gully, I'd say.
Yeah. Not sure whether it's a fly slip or a floating. Yeah.
Mariko with some words of encouragement for Lemon, just asking her to play this over out and we'll get the runs from other bowlers. 5th ball of Kerry's over coming up. The slip has gotten a bit closer now as she comes in and fires it in flatter, but well defended by Lemon. Last ball of Kerry's potential maiden over coming up. Short and wide, outside off, left alone by Lemon. Doesn't need to try anything else against Kerry. Plays it safe, and that's the end of a maiden over from Kerry. At the end of the over, the Jade Jets are
75 for 3.
75 for 3.
Halfway stage.
Looks to be another change in the bowling. We have got
Mariam is back.
Anam Ahmed coming in to bowl.
So the debutant, Anam Ahmed,
Anam Ahmed
coming in to bowl her first over. Let's see if she turns out to be a surprise package for the Bohemia Stars. Shining the ball, trying to make sure she has it ready when she is delivering her first ball of the first over. Mariko Hill just remarking her guard, too short of her 50. She's not out on 48 of 56 deliveries as Anam gets ready and starts to run in and then stops, and once again Anam runs in, crosses the umpire, reaches the crease, bowls. Short delivery pulled by Mariko Hill, and that's a boundary, and that's the 50 for Mariko Hill. Mariko Hill 52 of 57 deliveries, 10 fours in her innings of 52 runs. So 40 runs out of those 52 coming in boundaries. Very smart cricket from Mariko. She has waited patiently for the bat ball to come and made sure she utilizes it perfectly whenever she has the chance. Anam Ahmed, not the best start she would have wanted, but she's got 5 more balls coming up in this over and she can still make a comeback. As Mariko gets ready to face again, Anam runs in, crosses the umpire, bowls down the leg side, and
no wide.
It's not given as a wide. So probably Mariko is shuffled across her stumps, and the umpire would have thought that if she would have stood her normal position, the ball would have hit her, and hence has decided not to give this one as a wide. Anam comes in for the 3rd time. This time bangs it short again, outside off stump. Mariko cuts it, gets an edge through to 3rd man. Good fielding by the fielder. She stops a certain boundary, and well supported by Ellison, who gets the throw in, but the batters can still go through for 3 runs.
Amanda.
Amanda, yeah.
Mustafa Amanda.
And I'm running in for the fourth time this over, this time to Lemon. Again drops it short, wide, outside off stump, and Lemon lets it go through to the keeper. She's left the ball very well in this inning, Lemon.
21 more meters.
Anam for the fifth time in her first over. This time she manages to get it full. It's in the air and just over the fielder at mid-on, and it might race away to the fence for a boundary. No, Ruchi does very well to prevent the boundary. It will be only 2 runs. Lemon has fancied the pitched up delivery to go over the infield in the mid-on mid-wicket region, which is why we see the fielder at mid-on not exactly on the boundary but not exactly in the circle as well. As Anam comes in for the last time in this over, a short delivery dug out by Lemon, and this go through for a single. Good throw, but the batsman has just made it into the crease, and that will be the end of the 21st over. 10 runs coming off it. Jade Jets 85 for the loss of 3 wickets, needing 18 to win.
Looks like we're heading towards the conclusion of this game in the next 15 minutes or so. And a good game.
15? No, 20 minutes.
I think 20 minutes it'll take. 20 minutes is like 6 overs.
Yeah, 2 are carry.
I think they'll get in the next 4 overs.
2 are carry.
I think they'll go after her now. I think now's the time.
They're continuing with this tight field for carry, so let's see whether Lemon can pierce that field or whether she can get it off onto the leg side. Only 2 fielders on the leg
I'll
side.
streak to fine leg. Lemon's eyeing that.
Lemon prefers the way she's been doing previously. She leaves the ball which is outside of stump to start of the over.
Kerry's got that tight offside field and she's bowling very wide of off stump.
Yes.
So it's going to be really hard for anyone really to score. That's a good ball.
Flighted it up, inviting the batsman to hit, but Lemon not accepting the invite and just blocking it. Carry once again. Another flighted delivery. Lemon comes down the track, tries to go over mid-on, and good fielding by Amanda at mid-on. A one-handed gather on the bounce and a single to Lemon.
There you go, Lemon fancying her chances. Told you it's end this soon here. The Jets are comfortable, confident. Mariko's hitting it clean. Mariko's going to go after Lemon. Go after Carry right now. So you can see the mid-on.
Probably she's eyeing the leg side.
Anyway,
the vacant square region.
Wherever the ball needs to be hit, it will be hit. That might be right.
She was thinking about it though. She was thinking about it, Mariko.
Just on the wide line. Just on the tram line. So again, Carey's bowling to a field very well. Just extending the game out here.
That's right. I don't know if you picked that up on the mic, but yes. Carrie Chan bowling really well to her field. A bit of a misfield there. And a bit of a chance, it must be said.
But good backup from
Jaswinder. Good backup by Jaswinder. Good fielding by Carey off on bowling. Carey's been really good in the field today. Yeah.
Lemon Chung, though. Interesting. She's getting a little more aggressive. Looking to end things early.
There you go. A little dab into the leg side.
A dab into the leg side. Oh my word, has she run herself out? Yes, she has.
She sacrificed her wicket for Mariko there.
That is sad.
Not the best bit of running there. It looked like it was actually Lemon's call. Lemon called Mariko through. So perhaps it's only fair that she sacrificed her wicket for Mariko. She just looked to nudge that away on the leg side. And you'd have to say, with what, 18 runs left to win. Apologies, with 16 runs left to win, you don't really have to take cheeky singles like that. There's so many runs on offer.
I think the run was on. Lemon was just not react. It was Mariko's call as well. So It's not about cheeky run, just Lemon didn't react to the single that was there and then caught short.
Yeah, good call actually from Nitesh.
Katie Gibbons, yes. Got it. Katie Gibbons.
It's not so much that a run wasn't available, it's the hesitation, the indecisiveness. That's what cost her in the end.
Could this be an opening? Could we see a few wickets falling over here? Carey still has one more over up her sleeve.
I think Allison's coming back on board.
Allison looks like...
Well, in terms of the spinners and the slower bowlers, it's not like there are demons in the pitch. The ball isn't really misbehaving in that sense. So you're not going to see the classic left arm spinner's dismissal where it spins in to middle and leg, straightens, you know, to hit off stump. That's just not going to happen. We haven't seen that all day. So you feel like if technically there is an opening, but you feel that it's just the Jade Jets, excuse me, it's their match to lose.
But one of the reasons is that most of the bowling innings of Bohemia Stars has been a packed offside field and 2 or 3 fielders on the leg side, which means that the bowler is cautious when they're trying to hit the stumps to not be too much on the leg stump. So if they have a bit more protection on the leg side, maybe the bowler feels more comfortable bowling the off stump line, and then those dismissals come into play.
And it's Katie Gibbons walking in at number 6.
Katie can strike.
Yeah, it's 4. Got a bowler, haven't you?
Oh, big appeal and it's given! Oh my word, the Jade Jets, they've lost half their side now. Yakjan, you were right. There is a bit of an opening here.
That's Katie Gibbons, right?
Mm-hmm. Katie Gibbons just flirting with that one outside the off stump. Wasn't moving her feet either. And a big wicket there for Allison. A big wicket for the Bohemia Stars. There is some semblance of hope here. 16 runs to win. It looks like Betty Chan walking out to the middle. The Jade Jets still have 5 wickets in hand. And you just get the feeling if Mariko Hill is dismissed soon, anything could happen.
Who's the new batter? Betty Chan?
Betty, yeah.
And yes, it's Betty Chan walking in at number 7. She does have work to do. And it's crazy how quickly this game can change. Just a few minutes ago, 16 runs required, 7 wickets in hand. That senseless run out. Am I being too harsh, Yaksan? Am I being too harsh? I feel like I might be being too harsh. But the run out followed by a loose shot outside the off stump.
Allison coming in for the third ball of her over.
Here's Allison Sue.
Look at that field on the outside.
Just beat the outside edge, that one. Some pressure building up. The field on the offside is set for any false shot that the batsman plays. I'm bringing back Mariam Bibi from the other end. We need the hat-trick girl back.
It's hard to argue against that. Mariam Bibi, 7 wickets in her last 2 games. But for now, here's Allison. Giving away a free run. You cannot afford to do that. Just another 15 runs left for victory.
Suddenly, the fielders have become more lively. They're chirping, they're making the batsman feel that they're around her bat. But Betty Chan is very keen on leaving all those deliveries outside off stump. Allison needs to get more on the off stump or the 4th stump line to tempt Betty into playing with her bat. Because Betty knows that once Mariko is on strike, she'll do the scoring. So she doesn't need to take that pressure. All she needs to do is survive. As Allison comes in for the 5th time, again it's outside off stump and Betty very content on leaving the ball.
And perhaps Allison just a little bit lucky to get away with that. Yeah. Really close to a wide. Nitesh is completely disagreeing with me. Clearly my eyes just don't work. But to be fair, Nitesh has a much better angle than I do. Play and a miss. Play and a miss to end the over. So still another 15 runs needed. The Jets 88 for 5.
But the good thing is Mariko is back on strike for the Jets.
That is true. Mariko Hill, a lot of responsibility on her shoulders right now.
Carey bowling out. That's her last over.
And Mariko, she will probably know that this is Carey Chan's last over. Surely all you have to do right now is play out Carey Chan.
No. Finish the game off this over. There we
A
go.
full toss, and it's gonna be a boundary. A freebie, and once again Mariko Hill dispatches a full toss to the boundary. She moves on to 60 with that boundary. 12 boundaries?
Yeah, 13 needed.
11 boundaries.
11 boundaries so far in this Mariko Hill innings. It's been a one-woman show so far for the Jade Jets, at least as far as the bat is concerned.
.11 needed, and now finally Carey is getting a few more fielders on the leg side because Mariko was getting a bit too comfortable dragging the ball from the offside. So now we see a sweeper, a mid-wicket and a long on as Carey comes in for the second ball, and a good ball which is defended by Mariko Hill. Once again Carey comes in, flatter this time, inviting the cut shot, not really timed to perfection by Mariko, straight to Connie and another dot ball.
Shouts of wicket coming from the outfielders, more in hope than expectation perhaps. Looks like Ruchi Venkatesh over there. You've got to keep the spirits up. Like we said, the wicket of Mariko Hill right now would make a massive difference. That one just coming on with the arm. Carey Chan really intelligent, slowing it up. She knows exactly what she's doing, whether it's with bat in hand or with ball. And this is it. Last ball of Carey Chan's spell. A full one. She digs it out, and that's it for Carey Chan.
8 was 20 for 1.
23 for 1 in her 8 overs. A valiant effort. But just another 11 runs needed. And the Jade Jets have 5 wickets in the bank. Yakzan, I know hindsight is 20/20. But my word, the Bohemia Stars, they would give an arm and a leg for another 30-40 runs, wouldn't they?
Certainly. But they don't seem pretty upset right now as well. They know they can do it. It's just about taking the big wicket of Mariko, and then it might trigger a collapse. Oh, and this one was hit in the air, but unfortunately finds the gap, and it's going towards the covers, and the batsman will get 2 precious runs.
Once again, it's that cover, extra cover boundary, that region. It's the toughest point in the outfield. We've seen the ball slow up as it approaches the boundary in that direction. But now, just another 9 runs needed. The countdown has begun. Alison Sue
Still persisting with their strategy of getting the batsman caught in the offside, and this one was almost edged through to the keeper. Great bowling by Alison Sue. The Bohemia Stars players cannot believe how that missed the edge. The fielders are chirping, they're hoping against hope that something goes in their favour. Somehow the batsman edges it to one of the fielders, and Ellison is ready to bowl the 3rd ball of her 7th and the innings 25th over. Comes in.
Oh, that's dropped. She's put that down.
number 13.
We'll try and get confirmation on who that fielder was.
Dorothy Chan.
It's Dorothea. Dorothea should have taken that.
It's a tough one.
It is a tough one diving forward, but she got at least one hand to it. I believe she got both hands to it. She should have taken it. You've got to take those chances. You've got to take those half chances when you're defending 102.
Smart bowling by Ellison, just pulled the length back a bit and induced the false shot from Betty, but unfortunately the catch did not get completed, and once again this time outside the off stump, and Betty is comfortable leaving the ball.
I think that's the first one she left us over. She tried to play a 3, got dropped, left the next one.
First one she covered it.
You've got to say there was no need for Betty Chan to play at that one. It can be tempting though in such a situation to just finish off the game.
9 more runs.
9 more runs. It's 2 boundaries and a single. But at the end of the day, you just never know what's going to happen. You don't want a late collapse. But if I were Betty Chan, I would just look to hang in there. Mariko Hill, the woman in form, let her do most of the work, right? But in any case, here's Allison.
For the last ball of this person.
I don't know where it is.
And that's worked away behind square on the leg side. Should be an easy 2. And 2 is all it will be. And the countdown begins. We're down to 7 runs required now. And the Jade Jets, they've still got half their wickets in the bank.
This is going to be Mariam, right?
Yakjan, I'm going to put you on the spot, buddy. Who is your choice for player of the series?
For player of the series, I'll have to take a look at the scorecards once again to decide my player of the series. But to tell you my choice for player of the match, I'd probably be going for Jasmine Titmus. I know Mariko Hill has done most of the scoring in this chase until now. She's got 60 odd out of the 103 that were required. But Jasmine Titmus bowled very well with the new ball. Got a few runs off the bat as well, but got the 3 wickets that she got were big wickets. She got the wickets of Emma, a settled Connie who was threatening to take the score in excess of 110, and then 2 consecutive wickets of 2 balls. So for player of the match, I'm going for Jasmine. What do you think?
For player of the match, I'd probably have to agree with you. For player of the series, it's a little more tough. We've had Pulto in that first game, brilliant all-round performance, 5 catches and a half century to go with it. And of course, I think the best performance so far the tournament has to be Mariam Bibi with that 5-wicket haul and 42 off 26. It just doesn't get any better than that. She's taken 2 wickets today as well. So I would say Mariam Bibi, she is my choice for player of the series. Perhaps an outside contender we haven't discussed yet, Betty Chan. You can't buy a run off that lady. My word. And Nitesh Hemlani, he agrees with me. Betty Chan.
Decisive spells in both of Jade Jets' wins.
Absolutely, decisive spells in both of Jade Jets' wins.
Not that they've won this yet, but
that's true, Nitesh. Not like they've won this yet. Anything can happen.
But
especially with Mariam Bibi at the crease.
Ooh.
Oh, but that's tucked away off the legs. Mariko Hill will be looking for 2, and she makes it easily. So just another 5 runs required.
Are they going leg buys?
No, he's giving us runs.
And yes, that's signaled runs. So Mariko now moves on to 62. 62 off 70. Wait, hold on, Yaksan. Surely Mariko Hill has to be the player of the match.
Yeah.
She scored the vast majority of runs off the bat.
More runs than the next 3 highest run scorers combined from Matt scored.
There you go. Nitesh Hemlani, Mariko Hill has scored more runs in this innings than the next 3 highest run scorers put together. What are you doing, Yaksan? You are misleading me. But in any case, it's probably been the innings of the tournament, up there with Mariam Bibi, of course. And it's Bibi with the ball. That's watchfully played out to backward point.
52 plus 13. 65 is the next three batters combined. She's on 62. So she's 3 short of. So she hits a boundary now. She'll score more than the next 3 batters.
And 26,
and 13. Yeah, so my math is a bit off. Next 3 combined is 65. She has 62. So almost there.
No, 66.
Okay, 1 boundary and she's there, right? She's almost.
1 boundary and she's equal. Yeah. If she scores all 5.
That's the end of the over. 98 for 3.
Almost there. I don't think she'll get that.
Apologies, 98 for 5.
5 more to win. Betty on strike now.
Betty is keen to get the runs.
Of course, Betty's happy with the winning runs. She hasn't had much of a chance to bat so far this series.
Your top 3 runs was terrible.
Betty used to be a pretty good batter in her heyday, apparently.
Oh.
Yeah, back in her earlier on in her career, she was apparently a fairly decent all-rounder, but focused more on her bowling as her career went on, and now she's lead spinner.
What about Betty's economy rate?
Yeah, she still fancies herself with a bat, I suppose.
Economy? No, that's fair.
Average.
Okay, I'll let you continue.
I couldn't type that.
Last over of Ellison coming up. Betty facing once again. Again, outside off stump, sticking with her plans, sticking with the plan that Bohemia Stars have been following their whole innings, and once again left comfortably by Betty Chan.
Are we officially announcing a player of the series? What?
I don't know.
Just let the commentators decide. That's what
they
do.
And a white ball. So that means 4 runs needed
decide,
now.
Right?
Boundary will do it.
Player of the series?
Get it over the fence and it's game over.
We'll have an unofficial one. the commentators. So both me and Yakshan, we're trying to rally the troops to announce a player of the series. It doesn't look like we're going to announce an official one, but we'll let you know what our unofficial one is. Our opinion is not endorsed by Cricket HK.
100 for Jade Jets.
And with that, the 100 has come up for the Jade Jets. Just another 3 runs to win. Betty Chan on strike. And all the fielders have come into the circle. Watchfully played. And the trophy has come out. It's to my right. It's a really big trophy as well.
Will it fit into a Hong Kong standard closet?
Good point there from Yakjan. Will that trophy fit into a standard Hong Kong size closet? Some would argue it wouldn't fit into a standard Hong Kong size apartment. And Betty leaves that alone once again. Thank you, friends on WhatsApp, for commending me on that brilliant joke. I'm your commentator for the day, Jay Dansigani. If you've enjoyed my insights and my uncle jokes, you can follow me on Twitter at JCricketDude. And don't forget to smash that subscribe button, hit that like button if you're on Facebook, or that bell icon, and follow us across social media at CricketHK. And I've had the pleasure of Yakjan's company, as well as Tracy Walker behind me. Nitesh Hemlani throwing out pearls of wisdom, fun facts, fun stats. It's been quite the tournament. 5 or 6 months it's taken for us to play these 3 games. COVID-19 pandemic coming in many waves. This tournament has seen a second wave, a third wave, a fourth wave. But finally, we're able to get back on the park for some live streaming action. It's been a pleasure bringing this broadcast to you. We hope you tune in next week as well, when the men come out onto the field. The epic group all-star series that And we're hoping that the COVID-19 pandemic doesn't rear its ugly head and we get as much action as possible. Two runs required for victory. It's only fitting that Mariko Hill finishes it off. She's looking towards that leg side boundary, and who knows, she might get another full toss.
No one on the boundary.
All the fielders inside the ring. That's tucked away, a quick single. So Betty Chan will have a chance to finish things off. Scores level right now at Mission Road. The series is also level at 1-1. It's probably not going to stay like that for very long. Who knows? Mariam Bibi. Could we have a hat trick on the cards? Here's Bibi. That's driven straight to Carrie Chan in the covers. Jade Jets' victory might be a foregone conclusion, but Carrie Chan, no shortage of energy. I have to say, it's hard to believe that Carrie Chan is only 23. With certain players, they just carry themselves in such a way you assume they're seasoned veterans. Here's Mariam Bibi. Oh, and that's a chance for... That's it, that's the game. The ball landing short of Ruchi there at mid-off. So the Jade Jets win by 5 wickets and they take the series 2-1. A really good bowling performance after winning the toss and choosing to field first. They dismissed the Bohemia Stars for 102. Mariko Hill remaining undefeated on 63. Handshakes all around. This series has been played in really good spirits, it must be said. High fives between Mariko and Betty Chan. And you have to give credit where credit is due. Betty Chan, she's been so impressive throughout these last 3 games. I believe she's taken 6 wickets throughout the tournament.
Betty Chan?
Betty Chan.
6 or 7.
She's taken 6 or 7 wickets. We'll confirm that in a little bit.
She had 5 before today.
The main thing is Betty Chan, she's kept the runs down. But a lot of great performances from the Jade Jets throughout this series. Pulto, we've said it before, 50 in the first game and 5 catches to go with it. Kinu Gill with a composed 47 in the last game, rebuilding a Jade Jets innings. It wasn't enough to get them over the line, but this time around, Mariko Hill with an undefeated 63. Jasmine Titmus impressive throughout the tournament, including today with some early wickets and those 2 crucial wickets as well in the first innings. Getting Connie Wong bowled, and the very next ball getting Anum Ahmed, the debutante. Well, not the debutante, but someone playing her first game today, getting her out off the very next delivery. A comfortable victory in the end. I'm your commentator for the day, Jay Dansinghani. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Yakjan. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Nitesh Hemlani, who's going to round off and summarize this game for us.
Hello, we're going to have a bit of a post-game ceremony now as well, but while we set up for that, let's take a look at the final scorecards. In the first innings, Bohemia Stars sent into bat first, all out for 102. You see the top scores from Connie Wong and Carrie Chan, with a contribution of Dorothea Chan towards the end to help take them past 100. The bowling from the Jets was very good. There were wickets for Kinu Gill, Jasmine Titmus and Betty Chan. Only 103 to win in the second innings. The Jade Jets made short work of it. A bit of a struggle at the start. They lost a few early wickets, and Mariam Bibi came on first time bowling since quarantine. She's been in lockdown for 21 days. Coming out of the hotel last night, came onto the field today and took 2 wickets to make the game a bit more interesting. There was also a run out by Carrie Chan, but that run out was a little too late. The partnership between Lemon and Mariko essentially taking the game away from the Stars. Katie Gibbons fell shortly after the run out, but Betty Chan stayed there till the end and managed to get the winning runs. Mariko Hill not out on 63 of 74, highest score of this game by some distance, and her highest score of the tournament so far. Bohemia Stars bowled well, but maybe not enough runs on the board to build pressure. 8 tight overs from Alison Sue and skipper Kerry Chan, 2 wickets from Mariam Bibi. The rest of the bowlers put in decent spells, but in the end it wasn't to be enough, as the Jade Jets emerged victorious in the third and final Women's Premier League game and take the series 2-1. We will have a little prize ceremony session happening right now in a moment. Just setting up. Plenty of media personality here as well. Personalities, I should say. Media workers over here taking photos and reporting on this game. Do you want to stay with us? We'll have the post-match ceremony in a moment.
Yo, dude.
See?
We're using this one.
Test. This is okay here? Test. 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 Good to start? What? Alright, welcome along to the presentation ceremony for the Cricket Hong Kong Women's Premier League final. The 3-match series has been a great showcase of the best of women's cricket in Hong Kong. Coming into today with one game apiece, it was always going to be a showcase, and certainly from early in the day you could feel the tension in the air and the desire from both teams to win the game. Before going into the presentation, I'd just like to make a few thank yous. Firstly, to all the ground staff at the venues who are out there at Hong Kong Cricket Club and at Mission Road, who have given us some great facilities to play cricket on. The umpires and scorers, thank you for your time and efforts. A big thank you to the Cricket Hong Kong staff. It's a huge effort putting on these events and getting them streamed live, so thank you to all the staff that have put in the efforts. And finally, a massive thank you to the players and coaches for putting on 3 fantastic games, so thank you to every one of you. And thank you to all those supporters, those that have turned up to watch the games and those that have watched online from around the world. Thanks for all your support. We've been blown away by the coverage. And finally, once again, thank you to the 2 teams for a fantastic final. There were lots of twists and turns in it, and you always felt like there was going to be something else that could happen and change the game. In the end, there was only one winner. And without further ado, I'd like to invite the Cricket Hong Kong chairman, Tony Malloy, to come up and present the trophy to the winners, the Jade Jets. So Paul Toe, if you could come up and collect the trophy. And then let's get the whole team in there. Let's get the whole team in there.
How many beers does it hold?
The lid doesn't come off.
Where's the camera?